In a couple of hours though, so. Such a long day, man. I gotta get some coffee in my system. It's just boring, you know? Nothing ever happened. No. I gotta go.
Hey, everything okay?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Welcome to Strike Force. You are an elite battle squad assembled to defend Earth.
Alrighty
This
then.
is who we're up against. The alien warlord Ultimus and his Kree
See what we got
soldiers
here.
who have joined forces with Hydra and AIM. Now, I know some of you aren't used to fighting side by side with each other, but the world needs you to put aside your feuds and stand together. Any questions?
I am Groot.
Any other questions? All right, it's go time. Now get out there and save the world.
Please keep your receipts visible. Please keep your cards legal. And please stop acting surprised when the mystery discount guy turns into a band wave. Band. With a dirty little card in your hand. Load it up fast, now you're gone from the land. Everybody sing it like band. Bought a fake crown from a discount man. Swipe went boom, no the smoke alarm ran. Everybody point and say band. He had a baby roster Sunday night. Monday morning everything bright. Blue stuff glowing, diamonds too. Like bro, what happened to you? He said I know a guy, don't worry about it. Cheap little hookup, don't post about it. But the bank said no and the lock said yes. Now the whole leaderboard's under arrest. Who got loaded? Who got stacked? Who got blessed by the chargeback pack? Who got quiet? Who got canned? Who got caught with the fraud in hand? They're getting banned. With a dirty little card in their hand. Loaded up fast, now they're gone from the land. Everybody singing like band. Bought a big crown from a discount man. Swipe went boom, now the smoke alarm ran. Everybody point and say band. Swipe, bye. Receipt got wings and it learned to fly. Clicky click, uh-oh. Where did the top of the leaderboard go? Swipe, bye. Bank call back like nice try. Clicky click, uh-oh. Band wave dancing at the front door. Loader in the DMs with a shiny grin. Give me your login, I'll plug you in. 30 little packs for the price of 2. Nothing says legit like don't tell who. Honest whale staring at the store like I paid more and he got more. Crowns got smoky, trophies cracked. Every flex got a background check. Who got sparkly? Who got fame? Who got gear with a mystery name? Who said nope? Who said nah? Who got cooked when the audit saw? They're getting banned. With a dirty little card in their hand. Loaded up fast, now they're gone from the land. Everybody sing it like band. Bought a fake crown from a discount man. Swipe went boom, now the smoke alarm ran. Everybody point and say band. Loaded.
Oops, your account exploded.
Loaded.
Fraud got downloaded.
Loaded.
Now your excuse got folded.
Loaded.
Ban hammer reloaded.
One little loader with a big little eye. 2 little swipes and a fake alibi. 3 little cards that nobody claims. 4 little crowns with suspicious names. 5 little whales said wait a damn minute. 6 little leaderboards, smoke all up in it. 7 little excuses, 8 little scams. 9 little screenshots, 10 little bans. No receipt, back. Dirty card, back. Charge back. Mystery man, cheap crown, fake flex. Loaded account, what comes next? Band. With a dirty little card in your hand. Loaded up fast, now you're gone from the land. Everybody singing like band. Sir, do you recognize this purchase? No.
Sir, do you
I know,
recognize
right?
this card?
No. Sir, do you recognize this account?
Sometimes.
Sir, why does your roster look like it robbed a bank at 3 a.m.? Alliance milestone. They're getting banned. With a dirty little card in their hand. Loaded up fast, now they're gone from the land. Everybody singing like band. Bought a fake crown from a discount man. Swipe went boom, now the smoke alarm ran. Everybody point and say band.
Swipe, bye. Receipt got wings and it learned to fly. Clicky click, uh-oh.
Where did the top of the leaderboard go? Loaded.
Oops, your account exploded.
Loaded.
Ban hammer reloaded.
No receipt, no plan. Fake crown, dirty hand.
fun with it today. Yeah, Ceci's on a tear with some massive shit talking.
You said the game
Greetings,
was
commanders.
trash.
We
Now
have
you want
identified a small number of players. Also, a small number. Greetings, commanders. We have identified a small number of players. Also, a small number of leaderboards. A small number of seasons. A small number of unexplained rosters. Possibly a small number of years. But don't worry. Very small. Tiny. Even. They said it was small, just a blip in the glass. Then every leaderboard started looking like trash. DD9 diamonds, events, raids. How long were the discount guys getting paid? Some folks grinded, some folks planned. Some bought offers with a trembling hand. Meanwhile, someone hit a shadow checkout screen and came back glowing like a money machine. Ready, lit up, Discord crack.
So am I still in 1, or do you want me to go 3? 1? I think it's clearly 1.
But there's smoke damage in every room. Every board, every score, every crown ever won. Now it all smells like doom. They said small number, but the whole house went boom. You can patch up the leaderboard, but there's smoke damage in every room.
Okay.
A nihilist laughed from the top of the chart, while the honest whales got stabbed in the heart. Full price pain, bargain bin fame. Now everyone's side-eyeing every name. Cosmic crucible, war season ranks. Event milestones and auction tanks. Every world first, every flex, every score comes with one little question. Where'd you get those cores? They said we'll remove what we can detect. But what about everything they didn't check? What about months? What about years? What about all those purchased careers? They said they found a fire, but there's smoke damage in every room. DD9, War, Crucible 2. Now every trophy got a courtroom view. They said small number. Yeah, sure, that's
I know,
cute.
right?
You caught one guy with matches, but the curtains smell like loot. Buy from the website, Apple or Play. Thanks for the warning after payday. Honest spenders holding receipts, watching discount demons take top seats. Diamond rewards got yanked from the show, but the damage was already baked in, bro. Gear was bought, milestones cleared. Trust disappeared like an offer that error. Temporary bans and leaderboard cuts. Now everybody's
This
yelling,
shit's
no,
wild,
that's
man.
not enough, because cheating at the top doesn't stay up there. It rolls downhill through every war and crucible pair. They said they found a fire, but there's smoke damage in every room. Every board, every score, every crown ever worn. Now it all smells
This is
like
pretty
doom.
good.
They said small number, but the whole house went boom. You can patch up the leaderboard, but there's smoke damage in every room. 1 for the VPN, 2 for the loader, 3-day vacation, then back even bolder. 4 for the course, 5 for the shame, 6 for the accounts that already cashed in, 7 for the diamonds, 8 for the fame, 9 for the cold case buried in game, 10 for the dev post trying to move fast. Small number of players, small number my ass.
Holy shit, this is good.
Because now it's not just,
Who cheated this event?
now it's
Who cheated last event?
who cheated last season.
Who cheated last year?
Who built an empire on bargain bin cores while everyone else paid rent money for gear? This isn't one bad actor with a coupon code and a dream.
Oh, this shit's salty. Holy
They
fuck.
said they found a fire. Cool. But there's smoke damage in every room. You can fix a board, you can yank a prize, but you can't unburn trust from back in the day. Now looks like evidence tucked away. Was that roster cracked? Was that spender real? Was that just commitment or a backdoor deal? When the audit starts after the damage is done,
great.
the whole damn game becomes suspect, son. They said they found the fire, but there's smoke damage in every room. Not one leaderboard, not one pass. The whole Hall of Fame needs forensic glass. Small number, my ass. You don't know when it started or how long it lasts. Clean up the present, but answer the past, or every future race is just another broadcast of smoke damage, smoke damage.
Oh, this is salty as this is.
In every room, Commanders,
Wow.
remember when they said they found the fraud?
Ask when they started looking.
Because the scariest part isn't who got caught.
It's how long we were clapping.
For people who bought the podium.
Oh man, this is salty as fuck. Oh wow.
I know a deal that's cheap but sweet. Exchange rate magic can't be beat. It's got the chords that I desire. Lights the offer store on fire. I want turkey. I want turkey. Log in quiet when the sun goes down.
Oh shit.
Shopping halfway out of town. You're my VPN, what the doctor ordered. So cheap, it makes my wallet warm. I want turkey. I want turkey. Yeah! Turkey in the store, there's nothing better. But I like turkey when it's wrapped in cheddar. Someday soon those cores are mine. Then I'll buy turkey all the time. I want turkey. I want turkey. I want turkey. I want turkey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey.
Oh,
I've
shit.
been grinding since beta.
I think this one right here though. Right here. This one right here.
Greetings, Commanders. We have identified a small number of players. Also, a small number of leaderboards. A small number of seasons. A small number of unexplained rosters. Possibly a small number of years. But don't worry. Very small. Tiny. Even. They said it was small, just a blip in the glass.
This is
And
sexy,
every
yeah.
leaderboard started looking like trash. DD9 diamonds, events, raids. How long were the discount guys getting paid? Some folks grinded, some folks planned. Some bought offers with a trembling hand. Meanwhile, someone hit a shadow checkout screen and came back glowing like a money machine. Ready, lit up, Discord crack. Wait! How far does this thing go back? Not just one race, not just one score. How many trophies came from dirty cores? They said they found a fire, but there's smoke damage in every
Oh
room.
man.
Every board, every score, every crown ever worn. Now it all smells like doom. They said small number, but the whole house went boom. You can patch up the leaderboard, but there's smoke damage in every room. A nihilist laughed from the top of the chart, while the honest whales got stabbed in the heart. Full price pain, bargain bin fame. Now everyone's side-eyeing every name. Cosmic crucible, war season ranks. Event milestones and auction tanks. Every world first, every flex, every score comes with one little question. Where'd you get those cores? They said we'll remove what we can detect, but what about everything they didn't check? What about months? What about years? What about all those purchased careers? They said they found a fire. trophy got a courtroom view. They said small number. Yeah, sure, that's cute. You caught one guy with matches, but the curtains smell like loot. Buy from the website, Apple or Play. Thanks for the warning after payday. Honest spenders holding receipts, watching discount demons take top seats.
No, Sissy's been out for a while. Sissy's been out for probably about a week. Not much longer after OG Diamond Dave, I guess, made his initial depart. I mean, it was like a week after DD9, maybe. It's been a minute, I think. Maybe he really quit for quit. I don't know, but that's when he was in here talking about it. Yeah, 2 weeks, yeah. At least 2 weeks. And I believe him too. He's, we'll see. He's been in the stream quite a bit. Which maybe he's not done. You know, it's okay to take a break, and I also think it's okay to change your mind. Some people have a very like, you know, fuck you, I'm gone, and then other people I know that, you know, they've gotten remarried to their first wife. You know, so I think it's gonna vary on individual. 44 plus days, that sounds right.
Because now it's not just
Who cheated this event?
now it's
Who cheated last?
I don't.
last season.
Who cheated?
I don't. My understanding is a couple things. My understanding, based off of secondhand information, is that Scopely knew about the turkey thing way more than 18 months ago. Is what I'm hearing, way more than 18 months ago. And the top off thing, which is always a persistent issue in all games at all times, it's always been there. But the severity of it being used and it blowing up, at least a month ago, somebody said, holy shit, this thing is popping off. You better take care of this, about a month ago. But please understand, the top off issue is fraud. And the people that do that get, you know, if and when they get charged back, it gets shut down anyways. So that is, it's not like they can be proactive on that. It kind of, nothing happens until the chargebacks come in from the and that's not an Xsola issue. It's not a Google issue. That's not an iTunes issue. It's all of them. But when the chargebacks come in, they come in, and then that's when it's dealt with. They don't know anything about that. Now, the turkey issue to me is, as far as Scopely goes, I think it should be more preventable. Like, I feel like they could have went out of their way to enforce that or demand that their payment processors like Xsola look into it and remedy the issue. And that issue's been around for at least 18 months in Boylan's video. And my understanding is Scopely knew about it way before the 18 months. But the top-off issue, that there's nothing they can do about that. That's just outright fraud. And there's nothing they can do but react to it when the chargebacks come in from the payment processors. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't even say don't use VPNs. There's a lawyer in chat quite often here, and a non-official, non-legal perspective, and he kind of got me to relook at yesterday's post. And I think Ceci or Steven, you agree. I think I even saw you agreeing with him. But he's not coming at this as a lawyer. He's coming at this as a player. And his take was a little different on the way that this was drafted. He thinks that this is solely about, all of this is solely about the top off method. and maybe not even about VPNs. I take issue with the VPN thing also, and I do think it's on them to figure this out. Yeah, VPNs, there's no way that they could say don't use a VPN. There are a gabillion legitimate uses of a VPN. It's not, that is a non-thing at all. So let me give it some more context to this. On Google, trying to set up a Google Play account in a country that not is yours is actually quite challenging. Like, they've made it, we need to verify an address or a phone number or that a credit card is registered there. They've made it really tricky to switch around countries and currencies on Google. I know, because I've tried. I think the problem lies in that Xsolla is not set up as strict as Apple and Google Play. So when, that's kind of on Scopely to demand that who they're doing business with, Xsolla, goes out of their way to adopt a lot of the processes and policies that Google already has in the Play Store. Yeah, Google, it's way, I'm sure it's possible, but I can tell you I've tried on Google 2-3 years ago, and it was a pain in the ass. I had to go and Google a 7-Eleven in a country and try to say that was my address. I had to do all kinds of hoops to get it to work. It's not easy. I can't remember. It could have been for DC Worlds Collide, or it could have been Marvel Future Revolution. I can't remember. But it was some game that was in soft launch in a country. I wasn't doing it to make, and that was the thing too. I think it was Marvel Future Revolution, and even though I was able to access it, I wasn't able to make purchases, if I remember correctly. Or I really can't. I think it was for It was one thing to play the game, but it was a different thing to make purchases, and I was having difficulty making purchases, and it turned into a whole thing, and I couldn't figure it out. I didn't try that hard, if I'm being honest. I'm sure there's people smarter than me that figured it out. Yeah, I don't remember. It could have been one of 5 or 6 different games, but I do have... I absolutely distinctly remember trying to get Google to allow me to purchase something in a different currency was challenging. I distinctly remember that. They had all kinds of countermeasures to that. And what I heard is that Xsolla just started doing those countermeasures in Turkey and or Nigeria. Specifically what I heard both, but the details on the Turkey one is now that they require like some sort of bank account based out of Turkey to do transactions in that currency. Fuck if I know. You gotta understand, I'm collecting information from all of y'all, and I don't really know. I didn't engage in this. I'm doing my best. Got it. I'm going to keep that to myself, Steven. It's just more context. You got to understand, I've got about, how would I say this? I don't know what number of people feeding me information. At least 6 or 7 people that were involved in this. Most of them don't want it out there, though. So I'm trying to interpret, and some of it is I got to filter through what's bullshit and real. Most of it seems real, though. Solo doesn't care unless it gets reported. There you go. What's up, Beta? I haven't done any of this, but the point is important. VPN is not illegal. There you go. maybe not like it, but the payment processor to prevent people order products all the time from other countries due to availability or pricing. The top of is flat, illegal, fraudulent. Yes. And I think, Beta, if you've been seeing my stance on it, is that the case that I was making yesterday is whether it is, there's a clear distinction between black and white and gray. The outcome on how it affects the competitive integrity of the game is the same, though. Would you agree that how it affects the leaderboards and the races and all of that shit is the same, right? Whether it was VPN or fraud, it affects the leaderboards the same. I'm going to screen grab what you said because I think that's exactly right. Yeah, okay. So that's my point, is that regardless if one is outright fraud, illegal, actual victims, other one is just smart consumer behavior, frankly. I believe that VPN usage to get a discount is legitimate, active, smart consumer behavior. Consumers acting in their best interest to get the best deal. People using coupons at the grocery store kind of shit. It really just is. It's all it is. Does it create inequity in leaderboards? Yes. Should it be prevented? Yes. Whose responsibility is that? Probably Xsola's. And I think Scopely has to really pressure Xsola to prevent or de-incentivize this shit. Right? It needs to be de-incentivized at a minimum. And the example that I used yesterday about Japan also makes that point. Yeah, there's some minor arbitrage, minor variation between Japanese currency, the yen, and US dollars, 6.5%. By the time that you pay your credit card fees and a VPN and do all the work, it's probably not worth going and converting everything to yen. But when it's 37% or numbers higher than that, then it gets wild. How the fuck is that even happening? I think the magnification of the issue is the way Scopely designs the leaderboards. Yes, that is the problem. Yes. We've been playing your songs all morning. This one's my favorite right here. This one here.
Greetings, commanders. We have identified a small number of players. Also, a small number of leaderboards. A small number of seasons. A small number of unexplained rosters. Possibly a small number of years. But don't worry. Very small.
Very small.
Tiny. Even.
This is really good. It's kind of a country vibe, more country Leonard Skinner vibe, yeah. Leonard Skinner actually plays at like Stagecoach, which is a country festival.
89 diamonds events raids. How long will the discount guys getting paid? Some folks grinded, some folks planned. Some bought offers with a trembling hand. Meanwhile, someone hit a shadow checkout screen and came back glowing like a money machine. Ready, lit up, Discord crack. Wait! How far does this thing go back? Not just one race, not just one score. How many trophies came from dirty cores? They said they found a fire. But
I'm a fan. I'm a fan. The truck commercial, very tidy.
But the whole house went boom. You can patch up the leaderboard, but there's smoke damage in every room.
This one also, I think, is pointing the finger in the right direction back at Scopely. I'm just going to say this right here. I think the VPN issue is gray, and there's a lot of different opinions. It's not illegal. I feel like it's consumers being smart and trying to get a discount. Now, obviously, there's some red flags when the discounts get over 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%. And how the fuck did they allow that to happen? See, the way that I look at this is like Kat's mom's friend has a house. I think it's in Oregon. I don't know. They bought a watch and they had the watch shipped so they didn't have to pay sales tax. It's that kind of shit. Now, people that don't have addresses in Montana, that never have been to Montana, that are registering their cars in Montana to avoid registration costs, that's illegal, right? You see what I'm saying? It's kind of the same idea, but there's the difference, right? But if you live in Montana and have a house in Montana, then you should be able to register your cars in Montana. But if you're buying a Ferrari in Georgia and you don't want to pay the $30,000 registration sales tax fee and you tell them that you're out of Montana, you've never been to Montana, and your car never goes to Montana, get fucked. That's probably criminal. Well, why don't they also enforce the buying and gifting accounts? They might. I don't know how they track that, but they might. I'll tell you this. Buying and selling of... So first of all, I think where we're all going to take issue with Scopely is their selective enforcement of terms of the terms of service. I feel like some things are in the terms of service so they can jump out and ban people, and some things in the terms of service are designed so that you can't come at them, and they could say, well, tough luck, you're out of luck, you know, we're so sorry that you got scammed trying to buy an account, but we're not going to help you. It's against the terms of service. I don't think there's a clear distinction on how they enforce or the purpose of their terms of service. It's unknown. We're not going to know. But clearly the terms of service is not this black and white, everything in the terms of service is there to ban people. Some of that shit is put in there just so when you have a problem with some sort of activity that's technically not allowed, then they're going to tell you, get fucked. That is the way it is. It's that way in a lot of games. I'll tell you this, Raid Shadow Legends does not give a fuck if you're account sharing, swapping accounts, roster reviews. They don't care. But if someone gets slighted or scammed because of that, they're not going to help them. They're going to say, yeah, that's a behavior that we don't allow. It's in our terms of service. Are they going out and actively banning accounts? I've never. As far as I'm concerned, I've never seen it. I don't think they do that here either. Yeah. Just think of a terms of service as an HR team at your company. They aren't there for employees, but for the company, just like the terms of service there to protect Scopely. Yeah, that's all it is. And how they use the terms of service is going to be a contentious conversation in the community. There's going to be all kinds of inconsistencies on that for sure. 1,000%. Yeah, the problem is the leaderboards. I remember distinctly feeling is like they aren't ready for this leaderboard thing. Do they understand that when they start introducing leaderboards plus real money, that will really, really, really piss your spenders off if it goes sideways? There's so much risk associated with the introduction of leaderboards in destroying your top tippity top customers, obliterating their experience, destroying their willingness to play and or spend on this money game ever again if that shit goes sideways. I remember thinking is like, well, that's a risky business decision. Are you up for making the leaderboards perfect, competitively fair, and so that nobody ever feels slighted? I don't think you have it in you. I don't think you have the capacity to actually facilitate that. That's a bold move there, Scopely. We've seen it over and over again that it's not gone well. I mean, They're going to lose their top spenders over this. Totally unnecessary, in my opinion, too, because of greed. You know, them wanting to incentivize and fuel spending through auctions. I don't think it has to be that way. And if they're going to keep going down that, they have to account for them fucking up and people being pissed and people leaving the game, and they need to do an analysis of risk reward on that. How many customers are we going to piss off by doing it this way, where we fuck up the situation and we explode 20% of our top spenders every quarter because we can't get our shit right? Is it even worth it? Yeah, well, I'm there with you, Beta. Maybe they need to just suspend all leaderboard spending. If they want to make leaderboards based off of skill, that's different. But leaderboards based off of spending, okay, yeah, let's get rid of that. The ability to augment the placement of the leaderboard by spending, yeah, that's gone now. Yeah, this was solely out of their desire to squeeze as much out of people as possible on a leaderboard. I think they're more likely to permanently ban people than get rid of auctions. Yeah, this was not in the game when the game came out. I feel like this stuff started around the time of Morgan Le Fay. If someone's more, I mean, I want to be corrected on that, but that's when I remember this stuff coming into the game was Morgan Le Fay. Dormammu Red Star, wow, that was the one that really got me. Holy shit. That's one of the few times in the game where I was never so frustrated. Ultra Cores came out. Well, that was after the Red Star Dormammu situation. The Red Star Dormammu situation is what I think came. The need for Ultra Cores was apparent to them at the time after that Dormammu, that 7 red Dormammu thing. All data they were making decisions on corrupted, whether leaderboards were working, offers working, pricing increases. It's all been invalidated. Oof. Yep. I don't think the game, I mean, I think this is going to be a pretty big setback for the game, which, interestingly enough, I think with some of the things that they're doing here, Marvel Strike Force has largely been positive. I feel like they were turning the corner on content just to get completely blasted out of the water, probably on this, because this issue trumps content and fun by a long shot. Like, this is on an order of way more importance. It's just way more important. Why spend if you got this shit going on? Why spend if the game is buggy? Why spend if there's nothing to do, right? Wow. I heard that some of the top alliances are disbanding. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, I've heard that, and to me, that's, I don't know how to, I don't know what that means. If that makes any sense. That doesn't mean anything to me directly. So I don't know how to talk about that. Other than a casual reference of, yeah, there's chaos in the top alliance. Well, no shit. Of course. Why wouldn't there be? Yeah, go for it, babe. Yeah, I'm not, I'll close it. I've got it up, but let me close it out. All yours, babe. Yeah, me too. I gotta get him. I gotta do mine before we leave town. I will not be here tomorrow, or probably I will be back this time next week. I'll be gone for a week. Yeah, I gotta sell my stuff too. If I stream, I'm gonna be traveling at least 3 of those days. I gotta travel to my mom's house, hang out with my mom, then travel to Kat's parents' house, and then travel back here. So 3 days is pretty much lost in travel. Because we don't, where my mom lives, there's no way even flying there. I mean, it's so much extra work to fly and then rent a car. It's just a mess. I think I got gameplay down, unless I can't log in. I know we're going to be in some areas where there's going to be no cell phone service. I do know that. That will be a thing. I don't know. I've never done that. So I actually don't want. I'm not trying to be like self-righteous or better than anybody, but I've never done that, and I'm okay with that path. Bring Starlight? Well, I don't think you can just rent a Starlink. But I know Arnold has Starlink, and I think he's got it mounted on top of his vehicle, like his SUV, and he has a Starlink right on the top. And then he uses it all the time when he's traveling. Yeah, I'm gonna have some difficulty. I don't know if we're gonna have reception a lot of the places we go, but I think we're gonna be, because we're gonna be in the mountains, and we're gonna be in the middle of fucking nowhere near the test site. 80% of Nevada is federally owned. A lot of it's purposed for military. We're driving through all of that. There's just nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna probably pass on that. There may be heightened scrutiny around that, and I think I just want to avoid that at this time. And by no means is it like from a place of being self-righteous or anything like that. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with it. Ah! You should look at that link. Okay. Hello, Sheriff Lobo. What link you sent me? Thanks. Yeah, fuck. It's not something I'm gonna redistribute. Yeah, I see it. I do know some of the names on here because I was in Mutiny for a while, but I really don't know most of them. People can change their names and accounts change hands all the time too, so yeah. Other than the volume of people and I don't know. What's up, Sheriff Lobo? How are you doing, my guy? What a couple of days here in Marvel Strike Force. A little bit worried about the intermediate health of Marvel Strike Force. Because it could spill into long-term health. It's definitely going to be a disruption one way or another. Yeah, I don't know. Well, like I was saying earlier, which it's interesting that the game has made some, in my opinion, positive strides forward as far as gameplay, things to do, quality of life, some of that stuff, right? But this trumps that in that competitive integrity. Why, the question is this: why spend if the game is buggy? Why spend if the game has nothing to do? Why spend if there's no integrity to the process of spending? And that's the same issue that happens with hacking in games. So one of the first games that I covered on YouTube was WWE Immortals, which straight up could be APK modified in 30 seconds by anybody. Like, it was not complicated. There was no reason to spend. They couldn't extract any money from people because the game, and they had to basically, that was a series of games from NetherRealm, right? And the last iteration of that game, the first version was the DC, right? It was in Injustice, right? And then they came out with WWE Immortals. Same game, essentially, largely, right? Both of those games were hackable and shut down. And the last version of the game was the Mortal Kombat version. What is the name of that game? I think it's called Mortal Kombat Mobile. Yeah. Yeah, it's still running. It's still up and live. Yeah, this game came out, but it was basically the same thing. But what I'm trying to say is the reason why this game's still around and the Immortals game isn't, and the original Injustice game isn't, is because of competitive integrity, right? Why spend if nobody else has to or whatever, right? Yeah. 11 years ago that game came out. Mortal Kombat X Mobile, 11 years ago. Boy, look at those views. Hmm. 11 years ago. Fuck me, I've been doing this for a while now. This game is still around where those other ones aren't. This is the point I was trying to make. Is there anything they could have done to at this point to fix it? Oof. I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, Beta Ray is the person to answer that question, frankly. I mean, it largely depends on players like Beta Ray and or Johnny, players similar to those, that Tadano, whatever, if they're willing to stick around. That is the... And what percentage of those players are like, fuck this, I'm done? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that's a segment of the tippity top spenders that may or may not want to stick around. I don't know. Yeah, I think Beta, yeah. He's in chat right now, yeah. He's here. I don't know the answer to the question. All right, let's play this game. Driving while listening to, yeah. I don't know, man. And it's not like one person can speak for everybody, but I think it's several points can determine a line. There you go. There's an answer. I feel like that's the probably a logic. I think that's a very reasonable answer, obviously. Why the fuck would anybody want to give them more money if they're not going to have integrity? Well, MSF World, it's a shit show. It's a shit show. Yeah, it's a shit show. The song world of Marvel Strike Force has never been better. Oh, let's have another banger. Let's have another one.
Attention, commanders. Please keep your receipts visible. Please keep your cards legal. And please stop acting surprised when the mystery discount guy turns into a band wave. Band, band, band. With a dirty little card in your hand. Load it up fast, now you're gone from the land. Everybody sing it like band, 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 band. Bought a fake crown from a discount man. Swipe went boom, now the smoke alarm ran. Everybody point and say band, band.
As a vendor supplier, they had your responsibility to preserve financial. Yeah. I don't understand the complexities necessarily of currencies and Xsola. I just know that changing my way of paying another currency is super fucking complicated on Google Play. I've tried. Holy shit, they make you go through massive amounts of obstacles that my understanding is Xsola doesn't, from what I can see. This is not a new problem. None of these are new problems. These are problems that largely have already been addressed by other vendors, because technically that's what, if you want to look at it that way, payment processing vendors would be iTunes, Google, Xsola, right? And I think iTunes is even harder to switch around than Google Play. Because I've tried. I just remember being a pain in the ass. Like, it wasn't like... Because you know how I give up pretty easily on things. I'm kind of a simple guy like that. It's like, I was like, this is fucking hard. I'm done. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. I feel like this is as detailed as they're gonna get. Right? This is probably as detailed as they're gonna get. I mean, there might be a follow-up one. You know, a stern warning. Don't do bad stuff. Read our terms of conditions. I mean, that's what Nick Fury's doing. He's like, don't do that. Nuh-uh. We would like to strongly advise that if you do this again, we will give you another we'll strongly advise you again. We're warning you that we're going to strongly advise you in the future to not do this again. I'm not sure.
Initiating pleasure protocol. Loading Twitch Sims module. Installing poll firmware complete. Welcome home, Daddy Deb. He said, I'm the Irvine Lion while ducking door frame. Mod bots with butlers that whisper his name. Player units lined up in the rows, all clap on command.
Oh, the loaders? Yeah, I think so.
Twitch stream decor. He told the plumber make him spin and install.
I think so, Sassy.
He's got skills in Marvel and darts, but bots be clapping 'cause it sure ain't the charts.
We'll say it too. We'll do the Mario Kart thing and play in 2. 46 minutes Alliance War. Well, you know, I gotta say, there was a lot of stuff in OG Diamond Dave's video. The one part that I want to draw your attention to was the part that he said he wasn't interested in playing Marvel Strike Force free to play. That's not how he rolls. I felt like that was one of the most honest things I've heard in a video in a long time. It was like, holy shit. Yeah, I that's just not how I'm never gonna play a mobile game without being a spender. He said it. That part stood out to me in that video. I remember going, it's interesting to hear that. A lot of people suspected that, but to actually hear somebody say that in a video was interesting. Yeah, I don't know to what I don't know if everybody's like OG Diamond Dave, but to me, it was like it was refreshing to hear someone speak exactly how they approach these games. Yeah, I'm a spender. I'm always going to spend. I'm either not going to play the game or I'm going to spend. That's just the way I play these games. I get it. All right. Yeah, that was pretty honest, right? I actually feel like that's true. I can say that's true for me also, right? Yeah, it is true for me. Like every game I play, I want to be like a battle pass spender. I feel, and please understand, I can write it off. I know everybody says that, but it's like I have the means to spend $8,000 on a Nihilus, but to me, it's a value proposition, right? I just don't personally see the value. It's just like, wow, that's a lot of money. Like, Charlie, hey, do you want your 529 funded, or I can buy a Nihilus? I mean, I don't know what I would spend that money on, but something else. Yeah. And I am completely willing to spend hundreds of dollars a month, but not willing to spend thousands of dollars a month, right? And I suppose everybody has a different comfort level on that, and a lot of it has to do with means. Maybe $1,000 a month is nothing to some people. I don't know. You're comfortable with 350? Yeah. Everybody's different on that, but I know that in every game I've been willing to buy the battle passes. Every game I've ever played. Battle pass, $10, Marvel Snap, let's go. Calendar gems, power gems in Raid Shadow Legends, $10, let's go. You know what I mean? I'm very comfortable with that. 350 in the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, I'm just saying. No. But when I played those games, yeah, I'll buy it. What was the offer in DC Worlds Collide with the drone? The drone that gave the supplies, whatever it was. I can't remember, $4 or $5 a month, I think. I'm down. Let's do it. And I feel like my value-based system is unique to me, and other people will, and I don't think it's about, I don't think that it correlates to means sometimes. I feel like it just correlates to like comfort levels. Like some people are comfortable spending, Starbucks money on a game, and other people are comfortable spending, fancy dinners money, and some people are comfortable spending car payment amounts. Well, everybody's a little different, right? It's like food, like what you enjoy eating varies from person to person, and I feel like one's willingness to spend in Marvel Strike Force or any mobile game is very much that's like, we're all adults here. We're all big boys. We can all make our own decisions. No one's putting a gun to our head to buy something in Marvel Strike Force. People buy because they enjoy it and they see value, or they want to, or they're compelled to. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's a compulsion. I have no idea. It was about that time I noticed that Girl Scout that was about 8 stories tall and was a crustacean from the Paleozoic era. It said, "Damn it, monster, get off my lawn. I ain't giving you no free tree fitty." And I said, "Ain't giving you no tree fitty, you damn nail slog monster. Get your own damn money." Holy shit. Now, however, holy shit, if you are spending money in Marvel Strike Force or really anything, not even mobile games, anything, and it's in sort of credit and you're hiding it from other people that you share financial responsibilities with, like a spouse, please don't. Please don't. Holy shit, please don't. I don't think I'm saying anything like earth-shattering there either. Like, for me, like, if someone is like spending a meaningful amount of money in their household on something and hiding it from their spouse, don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I don't want no part of that. I still have not told my wife how much I spent on Marvel Strike Force. I took my boy to Chicago for breeding there. It cost me about $1K to be flushed away for a few hours later. There you go. Well, there's a lawsuit happening with EA and the deceptive practices. I'm trying to the legal. I did talk to these people over there yesterday for about an hour. We actually recorded a video, but then they're trying to move it on to the lawyer that's running all of this. there's some complications in recording that video, but this absolutely will spill over to Marvel Strike Force. They're going after 2 games, EA Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes and Ebony. I got to make a video about this today. Yeah, and they're going after a very narrow and specific type of situation. The speculation, it's an offer like this over here where it said 200% value with a time limit, purchase limit numbers, value claims such as over a 200% value, scarcity claims such as countdown timers on purchase limit. Yeah, this is this is what they are probably looking at. It has nothing to do with the pricing, like the total price of it, but the way that it's sold is what this company is alleging and looking into. I got to make a video about it. They used to, right? They used to have discount numbers on it. I'm not sure that this company will be successful. Yeah, well, here's the difference, though. It's because it's a mass arbitration. It's not like a class action. It's because that was one of the questions that I asked them. What do you say to players who think this is just a cash grab? There's a lot of skepticism online. What would you say to gamers who think this is just lawyers trying to make money? It was one of the questions I asked them specifically. Mew Manager Whip. Live with Mr. Mobile Gamer. Well, I was on the call with Arnold. It was Arnold is a lawyer, and it was 1,000% a conversation. I actually initiated the conversation and had most of the. And it was interesting. Also, is that they were 1,000% aware of this video. Arnold's a lawyer. This is an interesting call. That's what my video for today is gonna be about. How's his game doing? Good. I heard some of the conversation yesterday was about him having to buy some hardware, him buying a lot of hardware to host a lot of things that couldn't be cloud-based. So there was some discussion on hardware pricing and things like that and how expensive some of the stuff is. And so that was a conversation yesterday. So it is moving forward. It's going well. It's very expensive. I don't, Did I share with you how much his overhead is right now? Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, I'm not a lawyer. No, my background prior to this was financial services. So I worked as a registered investment advisor, which I no longer am. I was a registered investment advisor, and I have no idea about contract law or contracts, but I do know how to read prospectus. In fact, I was that guy in the office where, you know, an offering would come and they would like, the branch manager would come my way and throw that in my face, and I would skim over it and find some of the holes. I was the guy that did that. Yeah, I'm playing on, I'm playing on LD Player. I couldn't get the web browser to work. The web browser desktop thing to work for my, maybe I'm using the wrong Chrome, maybe, I have no idea, but I'm using LD Player. I've been using LD Player for years now, probably 5 years. Yeah. As an investment advisor, is Marvel Striker a good force of investment? It's definitely 1,000% an investment, and the word investment and Marvel Strike Force should never be used in the same sentence, in my opinion. Marvel Strike Force, at best, can be considered a hobby and or an entertainment expense. The best analogy I would have is you took your family of 4 to the Mandalorian movie, and you were in and out the door for popcorn and all of that shit for $150, and you got a experience that was completely gone after you left the movie theater. The food you ate has disappeared. The movie is not tangible. You don't own anything, and what you're left with is an experience. That is Marvel Strike Force. Any purchases you make in Marvel Strike Force are nothing more than experience. At best, there's a secondary market, and if you flush tens of thousands of dollars, maybe you'd be lucky enough to recapture 500 of that dollars. $500 to $1,000 maybe on the secondary market. Who the fuck knows? I've never gone and even looked into that. But it's an experience. It's a hobby. There's in no way is the word investment to be associated with Marvel Strike Force. Do not use the word invest. There's nothing related to Marvel Strike Force. It is solely entertainment. It is solely, you're not even, so I think that's the trick, and I need to go look at it, because part of the conversation yesterday with this company, Arnold says, what's going to happen to people? Like, you fill out a survey, right? You fill out a survey. They'll contact you. If they're going to move forward, you sign a contract with them, and then they proceed further along with their investigation and then potentially pursue mass arbitration, right? That's the whole thing here. So the conversation went down this road, and Arnold says, well, what's going to happen to the people that, you know, fill out the survey, and what's going to happen to the people that they sign contracts and move forward, you know, in mass arbitration? You know, will their accounts be banned? There is a high probability that one's account can be banned, because you are when you play Marvel Strike Force, you own nothing, you purchase nothing. It's a license agreement, and I don't know all the nitty gritties, but it's a licensing agreement that can be revoked. You own nothing. It's not yours. It's theirs. It's kind of at their discretion. You're suing them or taking them to arbitration? Get fucked. Your account's deleted. They could have that response. I don't know if that's the right response or if the response that they will do. But in the same way that Marvel Strike Force has all kinds of different ways of enforcing or not enforcing the terms of service, that's probably true with everything. No, they will not. They're not banning anybody for emulators. They could ban you if you script on an emulator. That's the only thing I could think of. But if you don't script, if you're altering the game file or automating the system, that could be a problem. But playing with an emulator, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Turkey sandwich, what's up, Baka? Yeah, they also won't. Yeah, exactly what beta pay. They're you know, it's an emulator issue. It's not a supported device, if that makes sense. Like the game is not built to work on emulators, if that makes any sense at all. So if the game is not functioning correctly or you're having problems with logging in, they're like, yeah, it's an emulator. We don't know what to tell you. It's not a supported device. Yeah, I have played this game every day on an emulator for 8 years. It's a non-issue. I'm playing it right now on an emulator, right? LD player. Turkey sandwich, get fucked nerds. Hey, speaking of turkey sandwich, we got a song about that. Be right back.
I know a deal that's cheap but sweet. Exchange rate magic can't be beat. It's got the cores that I desire. Lights the offer store on fire. I want turkey. I want turkey. Log in quiet when the sun goes down. Shopping halfway out of town. You're my VPN, what the doctor ordered. So cheap, it makes my wallet warm. I want turkey. I want turkey. Yeah! Turkey in the store, there's nothing better. But I like turkey when it's wrapped in cheddar. Someday soon those cores are mine. Then I'll buy turkey all the time. I want turkey. I want turkey. I want turkey. I want turkey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey. Well, harder. Well, harder. Well, harder. Well, harder.
So they specified VPN? No. Yeah, there's nothing about. It's actually kind of wild that they said nothing about VPN. Interesting to me. $20. $20 is 200 ultra cores. $20 US. Yeah, the pricing of ultra cores correlates to USD. It's a decimal point moves over. So 1,000 ultra cores, $100 US. US is cheaper than euro. Yeah, there's VAT issues too, that they don't have control over. Probably the net to Scopely is still $100 US, but the rest of it disappears somehow. VAT. I don't know. Every country's different. I have no idea. Yeah. Save a whole doll, yeah. Well, if you watched the video yesterday, I specifically called out Japan, where it's a 6.5% discount, right? And yesterday it was 6.5% discount. Generally, that's not worth doing. What I think where the issue gets all wild is when it starts becoming like a 37% plus. The video yesterday, we did all of it, actually. Watch yesterday's video about that. Yeah. Well, then the exchange rate for euros is going to be a little bit off. Yeah, it's not the same, right? So there's a, and then I don't know if you have your VAT or whatever. Yeah, I don't know why the prices are all weird. 60 euro for 500, 100 euro for 1,000. I have no idea. 40 for 350, 23 for 200. Yeah, I have no idea. It could be like I mentioned it yesterday, like a rounding issue. All right, I'm gonna make a video about this. I think I'm gonna run the.
Greetings, commanders. We have identified a small number of players. Also, a small number of leaderboards.
Yeah. Yesterday's video, I go into great detail about how some countries could possibly even more or less, and there should be and can be a variance due to rounding, exchange rates, them not really caring that much, whatever. 10% either way is probably reasonable, right? I don't know. But 37%, 70% starts getting super weird, and why are they doing that? Yeah, it was all almost exact. I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to make a video about this. All right. It's a wild time in Marvel Strike Force. Tons of stuff is going on, and I think that I haven't seen this kind of upheaval in the game in a long time, and I think that competitive integrity, which is a strange word to use in a mobile game, is going to be of vital importance if people are going to spend. I know a lot of the top spenders are not thrilled. A lot of the top spenders that did not receive any kind of discounts. That is all yesterday. What we're going to talk about today is something a little bit different, because in my time in covering mobile games here on YouTube, which is longer than I want to admit, I think it's since December of 2014, there's always been these conversations that I've heard of what they're doing is illegal, this is fraud, they're going against consumer protection laws. In my country, this is switch and bait, and I've always heard that, not just in Marvel Strike Force, but in, I think, every single mobile game that I've covered on my YouTube channel, which is, I don't know, at least 12, maybe 10 or 11 or 12. I've heard it a lot. And so I was kind of surprised when somebody sent me this the other day, which is related to a game that a lot of you know that I covered for many years with Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. So, I'll read what this post says, and then I'll talk about what happened and why it's interesting and how it relates to Marvel Strike Force. It says, spent real money on Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. Attorneys are investigating the mobile game's potential use of misleading pricing practices. You may be eligible for compensation. And then it says, did you spend on upgrades in Galaxy of Heroes because they look like a limited time discount? Attorneys are reviewing claims that EA may have used misleading pricing practices in the mobile game. If you spent real money on these in-game purchases, you may be entitled compensation. Tap below if you may qualify. And then there's a website. And one of the first thing I noticed, it was not just Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. They're also looking into the mobile game, Ebony, the King's Return, which I have played that game before. Not super familiar with that game, but I am very very familiar with Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. First thing I did was reached out to my buddy Arnold T101, who is the largest creator for Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, and he had already made a video about it. I'm good friends with Arnold. He was my best man at my wedding, and he is a lawyer. And he made a very good, detailed video about this entire situation at length. I had already contacted the Class Action U people. I contacted them directly, and they wanted to get together, and we had a call yesterday, and I asked them if I could invite Arnold along, and they said yes. And so I did spend about an hour on the phone with them, and at the time, there was a video that was recorded. It went back to the head people over there, and they said, hold up, we don't want to publish this one. We'd rather have you talk with one of the top lawyers that is going to be handling this case. And so that should happen at a future date. But I just wanted to give a general overview of that conversation from my point of view. So by no means is this their stance or their statement, just what I saw. And most of the conversation that we're going to have to do today is, what does this potentially mean for mobile games in general, like Marvel Strike Force? What kinds of things are they talking about? Now, I had a whole bunch of questions, and we actually went over all of this. And I'm just going to loosely interpret the answer based on what I understood. This is not an official statement from them or anything like that. The first thing is that this is a mass arbitration. So Arnold goes into great detail talking about this, but in the terms of service on all of these games, and I went and looked at Marvel Strike Force, is that that one is agreeing to arbitration rather than a class action. And so the alternative to that is going to be mass arbitration. And then Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes has a procedure and policy for mass arbitration, as does Marvel Strike Force. And I noticed some differences, like one of the key number breakpoints in the Galaxy of Hero ones, from my understanding, was 50 similar cases. And then there was one, it was for 25 in Marvel Strike Force. Lots of legal nitty gritty, but this is a way of doing it. And it is different than a class action. And I think the main thing that I could see the difference between a class action is because, whenever I bring this up, people are like, oh, I'm going to get $6 or $3 like that. And this was also one of the questions. Number 8 was, what would you say to players who just think that this is just a cash grab? A lot of skepticism online. What would you say to the gamers who think this is just lawyers trying to make money? And I'm going to go out of my way and say that, the firm and the legal teams that are doing this, and this is not a scam, this is a real thing that's being investigated, are absolutely doing it for money. The one thing that I noticed, and they do have a Q&A here, is that because this is a mass arbitration, it plays out a little bit differently, especially with the settlement process. Mass arbitration involves filing many individual claims against the same company that are coordinated together, with each claim remaining separate and potentially resulting in individual settlements. Now, I have no idea if that results in higher numbers than $3. $3.50. Class actions consolidate all claims into single lawsuit resulted by a court. And key differences include speed. Arbitration is typically faster. Control. Arbitration gives individuals more control over their claim. And then privacy. Mass arbitration is confidential, while class action are public record. Now, most certainly, they're probably going to want a percentage because, they're not charging a retainer or anything like that. Now, one of the key things that we talked about in the call, and it was a question posed by Arnold, is like two things, which I think is super interesting, is like, can your account be banned by this? And two, this looks like it's going to be based in the United States. Is this going to go overseas? So I'm not speaking for them, of course, but I'm just giving my general interpretation of what the conversation was about, is that when you play a mobile game like Marvel Strike Force or Galaxy of Heroes, you really don't own anything. And they have these terms of services and everything's described as, I think, a licensing agreement. I think they can kind of pick and choose who they allow to play their game, and it can be revoked pretty much for whatever or no reason at all. I know back in the day, Arnold had an account banned, and they gave him zero reason. None whatsoever. No reason. And Arnold being a lawyer, if he had any legal recourse with Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, I promise you he would have pursued it. It's just the way it is. And so I'm going to suggest that, if one is playing Galaxy of Heroes and you look into this, I mean, you could contact them and you haven't signed a contract. It doesn't really mean anything, but you could contact them and maybe they'll get a hold of you. You can decide if you want to sign a contract with them. But I'm going to guess that if you sign a contract with them and they actually produce an arbitration claim on your behalf, there's a high chance that your account will get banned. I'm just saying they could do that. Absolutely. No certainty. And, that's going to be up to the decision, I guess, of EA. Absolutely. What are they actually claiming happened? And this is a situation about how the offers are being presented, and it has nothing to do with the overall cost of the game. And so this is going to be like an advertising issue. So they're talking about offers that state things like 80% off, best value, things that have countdown timers, purchase limits, most popular tags, or only one left messages. So in Arnold's video, he went and showed a offer that actually happened in Marvel Strike Force. You can see that it uses words like 200% value, has a limited time remaining, purchase limits, and the such. And what they're alleging and investigating is that this is actually in some sort of violation that could result in not only mass arbitration, but potentially a settlement. Interesting. Could this affect other mobile games? Absolutely. This could positively change the industry for better. Mobile games have been, for a long time, like I stated at the beginning of the video, people have alleged a lot of things, consumers, people that play the game specifically, this is wrong, blah, blah, blah. I just never seen anybody specifically affirm, do anything specifically about it. Could this affect Marvel Strike Force? Absolutely. We talked about why this is not a class action. It has to do with the terms of service. And then what evidence do players need to participate, need to have receipts? And there's an entire questionnaire. They want to know that you spent money on Marvel Strike Force. They want to know if you're over the age of 18. There's an entire questionnaire on their site and things like that. What would a successful outcome look like? Would players receive compensation? Yeah. Would the game's practices change? Probably. More transparency through players? Probably. Or some combination of these. Their website kind of goes into this quite a bit. Talks about that the mass arbitration usually takes about 8 to 18 months. And then they go over some of the process. What happens if the company settles? Individual payments are distributed. So I feel like this is pretty standard stuff in general. And couple things I think that I got from the call is that this is not about the dollar amounts that they are charging, but the way that they're presenting offers. Mass arbitration is single claims, so it's not this lumped up amount. And there's this probability or this idea that one could get banned if this actually happens. I will say this. I no longer play Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes myself. And, I could very easily fill out their forms, but for me, I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested personally myself in getting involved with this. Partially because I'm skeptical that I would actually get a meaningful amount of money, even though this is I feel like class actions have never really helped me. It's like, it's $6. I think I got a settlement for when Milli Vanilli, I don't even remember that, the band where they faked their music, and then I had bought like an album through like one of those mail order things, they mailed you. Oh boy, I'm really dating myself. And then they sent me a settlement for like $3 or $2 or something like that. Let me know. It's interesting though, right? That's all I got for today. And if I do actually interview the legal team over there and have more information about this, let me know if you think that would be something interesting to hear about. Bye for now. Did I say it wrong? Fuck me. Do I get the words interchanged? Did I say it wrong, Ceci? Oh, do I have to fucking edit it out? All right, I'll shoot it off. You gonna make me edit this video? All right, I'm gonna send it off. All right, I'll shoot it off for. I'm gonna shoot it off for editing then. I know I may have said it wrong because my brain is the same. And I'm gonna send it off to get edited. I do a good job at getting shit mostly right. I feel like I give even like all the stuff that was out yesterday, as far as my presentation, I feel like it was a good representation of actually what was happening. I would say it was more than 75% correct. I think it was like 76, 77% correct. Come on, Sassy. Give me a break. – 75% of the time, I say stuff right 90% of the time. All right. That's a D in school. You know, I'm that guy that wrecked the bell curve in school and everybody hated. I'm just telling you, I'm just letting you know. Do they even do that, rating on a curve anymore? I don't even think they do. I value a Twitch stream at 16 turkey dollars. Oh man, yeah, that was back in the day. I was the guy that fucked the curve up usually. Oh my god. But you guys have an extremely watered down version of me now because I'm fucking senile and my brain is full of bong water from all the weed that I smoked 15 years ago. There's literally bug sludge in my brain. Mensa revoked my membership after they figured out how much weed I smoked. Hotboxing a Lord Civic will make you a fucking moron. I do think you are seeing those who took stances against cheating facing backlash as well. I hope. I don't know. I don't know. There's two different issues. I think there's fraud and then there's VPN. And I actually see I feel like the VPN thing is very different. Weed is a performance enhancing D-Rug in Mensa's mind? I don't know, man. It wasn't just weed, I'm going to tell you. I drank a lot too, and then there were some other pharmaceuticals. A lot of them were prescribed, but some of them were not. Although I wasn't really into the non-prescribed stuff. It just wasn't my vibe. But if you had some, I rarely would say no. All right, what are we doing? We're waiting for a war in 1 minute and 16 seconds. Just say no. Yeah, I actually, well, you guys know that I'm heavily involved in the recovery community and helping people move on from that if they want to move on from that. It's kind of like my there was a time in my life where I felt like I didn't have a purpose or a plan. I didn't understand. And now I feel like maybe that's part of the universe plan for me is to be involved in that. So, like, I'm going to go do that tonight. Go do that go down to the shelter for a couple hours tonight. 3 hours, maybe. All right, let's do war. Yeah, I'm an advocate for people that want to get away from that. I like to do it face-to-face, hands-on. I generally don't work or try to help people on the internet because I feel it's kind of weird. But face-to-face is kind of my preferred thing. But, you know, if you're struggling and you're sick and tired, being sick and tired, and, I mean, if you have access to treatment, go to rehab. There's billions of 12-step meetings. Even online ones, you can do, like, Zoom 12-step meetings now. They're always happening. There's all kinds of resources out there. But as far as me, I like to do it hands-on, face-to-face. Specifically the one that I enjoy. I do one at an insurance facility. Like I was out there on Thursday night. And then I do another one that is low bottom, a lot of people coming out of prison or jail, getting dumped off there, and or people coming right out of the tunnels, or just people that are destitute. That's the facility I'm going to go to tonight. I like it. It's my way of giving, I don't know, I feel like I got a second chance at life, and I kind of want to, how do I say this? Thank the universe for that opportunity. Council of Doom versus Stormbreaker. And I'm by no means a saint. Holy shit, I'll tell you that. Kind of still an asshole. All right, we're going to do 10 for 10 today. See if I get locked out. Let's go. Let's see. Let's do a... will I go 10 for 10? Yes or no? Let's go. Oh, I got to do a whip skit. Let's do a whip skit. Yeah, pass it on. Someone did it for me. What am I supposed to say? When I was in treatment, went to treatment 3 times, rehab 3 times. There was somebody there doing that. This is my main reason why I do it today. I'll tell a story if you want to hear it right after this. I was playing 2 accounts. I don't know how I got tired of it. A couple weeks ago I was playing 2 accounts and I stopped. I need to think of something to say. Yeah, I normally play 2 accounts. I'm only playing 1 right now. I was playing 2 games, 2 accounts each game, and that was 4 total of accounts, and it wore me. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Amazon owns Twitch. You didn't know. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch account and get 1 free sub a month to give to your favorite streamer, so that you can enjoy ad-free viewing. So if you watch the titty people all the time, go watch them, and then you can watch their titties longer because you won't have ads, and they get like $3. Greetings, Commanders! Community Manager Whip here. And the other day, I made an address to the people that had received some of the bans and all of that. Today, I would like to address the players that spent tens of thousands of dollars on Marvel Strike Force without any kind of discount at all. But I just want to say, all right. Please, 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 please don't quit the game. Please don't stop spending money. When you hear of people that got severe discounts, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%, and that they spent actually tens of thousands of dollars less than you to get a Nihilist, please, please, please just close your eyes. Those rumors are fake. They're not true. It doesn't matter. Just keep spending, and you will feel better about yourself if you just spend money. And don't quit the game. Thanks for listening. That guy's kind of an asshole. Oh, really? I feel like the game is easier to catch up than it ever has been. They've kind of made some adjustments and put a lot of catch-up mechanics in the game. Your results may vary. I don't know if you're here, Herb. Do you think Mighty Avengers are good here? Really? He said he was against cheating. They told him to be quiet and booted him. So, wow. That doesn't seem right. I'm going to assure you there's a million alliances that will take somebody that has some integrity. I've seen some strange messages. I can't fathom that, to be honest with you. So I don't know. It seems such a weird position for an alliance in general to take, right? I do think there's two issues. There's top-up services and there's VPNs. There is a distinction between the two. One is an aggressive consumer practice to get the best deal possible. The other one is fraud. Very different. So I think it's a nuanced conversation. Yay or nay? Does Nightcrawler make this miserable? I'm worried that Nightcrawler makes this fight miserable. Yeah, I wonder if Nightcrawler makes this fight miserable. Oh, man. Yeah. I tend to be somewhat transactional with my alliance mates, knowing that their intent from a developer point of view is for you to build strong bonds with the people, and that way you'll never quit the game. So I treat my alliance mates like a business transaction, so I don't get in that type of feeling or emotional attachment, if you will. Well, I can use something more stronger than this for sure. So a lot of this is about taking in the most efficient counter as possible. Orcus is otherwise a useless team sometimes in alliance war, but if I can beat this team, then I freed up another team to use elsewhere is the idea. Amen. That's how I feel about them too. You have to be kind of transactional with your alliance mates, or else it becomes an emotional shit show. I hate to say it, and that can piss people off, I guess. I don't know, but that's just how I feel. I don't know if it works. Yeah, I'm glad that other people understand what I was trying to say by that. No, I just feel like it just creates a better understanding, if you will. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I like my alliance I'm in now, but it's just I feel like it's like I view it differently than other people. Other people are like I feel like a lot of people play with real, like, I know this was a thing back in the day, especially during COVID, where people were playing with real world friends, like they're playing with their cousins and their siblings, things like that. And then they started taking the game a lot more seriously, and then they were, for whatever reason, because the game was a little bit more tied to alliances back then, where they're like, the rest of the alliance is not serious. I'm the only one serious, but they're my friends and I can't leave. And I'm like, that's what the game is trying to get you to do. They're trying to get you to pressure your alliance mates to do things. Don't. Just go to another alliance that feels the same way you do. Ooh, Shadow Conclave. We got Omen. Omen? What do you think? Omen or... What's the strong counter against them? Omen or Winter Guard? It's got to be one of the two. Yeah, let's do Omen. Yeah, I feel like then being stuck with an obligation where you're unhappy with the environment to go where you have a vibe and a similar level of competition is a strong consideration. Although I didn't like it when I got kicked out of immunity, but I got it. But I remember taking that harder than I thought I would. I was like, holy moly. Oh well. I want to do a basic here, right? Oh, I need to do that. All right, let's do it that way then. All right, get wrecked, nerds. He's getting attacked for his position. War is a different version of Crucible. Yeah, different rules, but I think a lot of the principles are similar in the two game modes. Different teams and different counters for sure, but a lot of the concepts of the war of the game mode are similar. I think you have more agency on who you attack. You know, there's a lot. You can pick and choose your place. Hang in there. There we go. Do alliances generally work in games? You mean work together or are productive? Depends on the alliance. Some alliances are war alliances, and some alliances don't care about war. Do you think Shadow Conclave can run over that? I do, actually. Yeah, some alliances are hyper focused on war, and some alliances actually don't care. Actually, the one I'm in doesn't care that much. I feel like that it's changing a little bit, but I don't think my alliance cares that much about war. I don't know if you guys care that much, Herb. Herb's in my alliance there. Or I'm in his alliance. I don't know, however you want to word it. CC Babysitting Guild, yeah. Kind of. I think the alliance has gotten more serious recently about war. I enjoy war. But I know that it's not super serious here. I try to play my best regardless. 68% said yes, 32% no. If I go 10 for 10. I haven't lost an attack yet. Oh, positive negatives? I have a very skewed view. I think it's necessary. I think any I feel like in any live service game, which extends beyond mobile games, they're gonna pursue some sort of alliance model because there's numbers that back up that engagement is better with that. Can some games do it better than others? Can some games make it feel manipulative? Yeah, I think it's on an individual basis for the game. Hard to make generalizations. What do you think? Yeah, I don't think this works. Yeah, we're gonna do it. You'll find out right here. Oh shit, we're gonna lose. I know that Chad didn't said not to do it. I fucked up. Well, yeah, they are. I think Null and Moon Girl throws it off though. It could be just that Moon Girl throws it off. Oh, Chad, you had it right. I didn't listen. Secret War doesn't beat Moon Girl. Okay, so it was more about Moon Girl than it was Null. Um, well, I didn't get off a taunt or anything. My my Phantom died right away, and he didn't get to revive. It was a permakill. Let's get rid of. Okay, this is something right here. We're gonna do a basic to get rid of some of the counterattacks, right? Probably should have just did this team right from the start. Reactor up. All right, we're gonna do Orcus here. I it just feels sketchy, man. Oh boy. He can't be stunned, so I might as well rewind him, right? Yeah, let's do that anyways. Is Orcus gonna fail this? Yeah, I think it is a problem. Oh, we're getting through it. Yeah, we're getting through it slowly, but we're getting through it. It's not real fast. We're gonna go focus on Warlock. Yeah. I think if I get through Warlock, we're good. Okay. Maybe Demolion. I could be. I know Warlock is awful in CC. I do want to watch this Boilan video, though. If Boilan... Is Boilan saying that in his video, or is he saying it on his Discord? About getting pushback. Woo! What's up, Johnny? There was a special message to you personally from Community Manager Whip. It's kind of fucked up, I'm going to tell you right now, but you know how I do things around here. We've asked Wade Mast. Del 36. Yeah, it's dumb shit. I don't know if anybody clipped it or not. Well, so it's not in a video. Oh, okay, I'll watch it then. Oh, come on, Baka. Oh, never mind. That guy did something? I didn't target Sentry. He died anyways from AoE. I didn't even hit Sentry. Unless I screwed up the attack. I think he died from Thunderstrike's ultimate, right? Maybe I did it wrong then. I remember at the beginning it's like, okay, avoid hitting Sentry. But I was thinking about Boilan and my brain probably turned off. I've answered this question a gabillion times about Raid Shadow Legends. The answer is I find Raid Shadow Legends more engaging right now, primarily because I'm not at endgame. There's always this possibility that I get to the end game of Raid Shadow Legends and have no more PvE content to do, and then I'll be stuck in the same place as I am here in Marvel Strike Force. So far, Raid's been doing a better job with that. Yeah, it's mostly, I mean, if I had just started Marvel Strike Force last week and I had been playing Raid Shadow Legends for 7 years, I might feel the same way in reverse. My opinions between the two games could completely flip around. I don't know if that makes any sense whatsoever. The Raid community feels more optimistic about the game than Marvel Strike Force. Like, not even close. It's just not even close, really. Does Brimstone do shit against Shadow Conclave? I don't think it does. Yeah, it's not even close, really. The community is way more overall positive. Are there negative posts on from time to time on the subreddit? Yeah, but it's not the same. Community is way more content. It's a different kind of game, though, and I could see it. There's just such a different game. It's way less. I mean, Raid Shadow Legends is not casual. It's just not really that casual of a game. Yeah, it's just a different game. The one thing my biggest, what I would say the most for somebody that's never played Raid Shadow Legends that might be jarring is Raid Shadow Legends is difficult to play only on your phone. It's almost more like a PC game that you can check on in it from time to time on your phone, if that makes any sense. It's more of a PC game than it is a phone game. I mean, that'd be maybe an experience that someone will not be expecting. Can I use Liberty here? Yeah, Liberty should be fine here. Really? Coach, that's interesting. Yeah. No, I think that it does it play well on your mobile? Yeah, but no, I think one of the first things that I did when Kat started playing Raid Shadow Legends is went and got a tablet just for her to play Raid Shadow Legends on. I can't imagine playing Raid Shadow Legends on just your phone and all that time and offline play and no. Not having RSL Helper or Hell Hades or whatever, the Gasol. No. I don't know. So I am an iPhone enjoyer, and I have a Samsung Galaxy tablet because I needed Android to do soft launch games. Most soft launch games are done in APK format on an off loader site, and I could only play soft launch games sometimes on Android. So I have an Android tablet because I needed Android. Now, my wife has an Android phone, but she has an iPad tablet because she needs access to my text message system for a lot of two-step authentication stuff. It happens all the time. She's like, I need your phone for something, and now she just has the tablet. So you said that Damon Garden Heartless IP Kingpin? I don't know if I have Guardian. I do. Why is this going to work? I don't have any idea why this is going to work. Really? A small... Okay. Wow. Thank you. That worked out well. Holy moly, that was slick. Yeah, that's great, Coach. Nice.
I'm the real deal. I got jokes and the skill. You're just scrolling TikTok trying to find your next thrill. Your AI beats weak, they ain't got no soul. While I'm dropping heat, burning tracks like coal. You're out of your lane, better slow that roll. Rap battles ain't for bots, kid, know your role. I'm the dad with the swag, yeah, I'm running this house. While you're stuck in the corner, quiet as a mouse. I don't need no fake tricks, just a mic and my wit. You're a poser in the game, can't handle legit. So take your AI toys, go and find a new game. Dorky dad just destroyed you, remember the name. Dropping bars so hard, left you shook, no denying. Now go back to complaining while I'm out here shining.
We're going to be going to Raid Shadow Legends at some point today. Oh, I should have did the special there. Yeah, I'll put up on the screen here. It was Kingpin, Guardian, Iron Patriot, Heartless, and Sentry, or Damon. Be right back. Excuse me.
Greetings, commanders. We have identified a small number of players. Also, a small number of leaderboards, a small number of seasons, a small number of unexplained rosters, possibly a small number of years. But don't worry, very small. Tiny, even. They said it was small, just a blip in the glass. Then every leaderboard started looking like trash. DD9 diamonds, events, raids. How long will the discount guys getting paid? Some folks grinded, some folks planned. Some bought offers with a trembling hand. Meanwhile, someone hit a shadow checkout screen and came back glowing like a money machine.
Yeah,
Ready, lit up, Discord crack. Wait! How far does this thing go back? Not just one race, not just one score. How many trophies came from dirty cores? They said they found a fire, but there's smoke damage in every room. Every board, every score, every crown ever worn. Now it all smells like doom. They said small number, but the whole house went boom. You can patch up the leaderboard, but there's smoke damage in every room. A nihilist laugh from the top of the chart, while the honest whales got stabbed in the heart. Full price pain, bargain bin fame. Now everyone's side-eyeing every name. Cosmic crucible, war season ranks. Event milestones and auction tanks. Every world first, every flex, every score comes with one little question. Where'd you get those cores? They said we'll remove what we can detect, but what about everything they didn't check? What about months? What about years? What about all those purchased careers? They said they found a fire, but there's smoke damage in every room. DD9, War, Crucible 2, now every trophy got a courtroom view. They said small number, Yeah, sure, that's cute. You caught one guy out with matches, but the curtains smell like loot. Buy from the website, Apple or Play. Thanks for the warning after payday. Honest spenders holding receipts, watching discount demons take top seats. Diamond rewards got yanked from the show, but the damage was already baked in, bro. Gear was bought, milestones cleared, trust disappeared like an offer that errored. Temporary bans and leaderboard cuts, now everybody's yelling no, that's not enough, because cheating at the top doesn't stay up there, it rolls downhill through every war and crucible pair. They said they found a fire, but there's smoke damage in every room. Every board, every score, every crown ever worn, now it all smells like doom. They said small number, but the whole house went boom. You can
All right, we're gonna watch. I guess there's an interesting Boilon video. I'm gonna watch it.
Hey, what is going on, everybody? Boilon here, back for another video on Marvel Strike Force. I think I've been off for about 2 days now, and I am back to talk to you guys again here at the start of this week. Now, there was a lot of drama over the weekend, as you guys know, and it kind of continued into late last night that there was a blog post that came out.
The song is on that playlist at the bottom.
And the suspended accounts over the weekend that came back and whatnot. And there is still some stuff ongoing. However, based on what I have seen, and I wanted to wait until this morning, you know, because of my time zone differences with 9 hours and whatnot, like, the store resets at like 11 p.m. So the news came out, I believe, at like 1:30 in the morning. Like, I could not stay up for that. So I saw this morning for me. And I think it really misses the mark. I kind of out of energy to be too angry about this. I am angry about it, but like expression wise, you might not see it here. We need to talk about why this just doesn't go far enough and why actually I originally praised them on my Discord server before I went to bed. And I think I take that back now. We'll talk about all that and more, so let's boil this down.
He said that thing! Let's boil this down. He said that thing!
Now, first off, because people might still be asking this, we do still have Battle World Maestro problems. I thought... Someone told me that they had sent something into support on Friday, and that the support told them that it would be in by Friday at like a store reset, and then that never happened, and then the weekend stuff happened. It's still ongoing that they're going to eventually send the missing rewards to affected players ASAP. Now, I don't know what you were owed. For me, I think it was just about, we'll talk about this chapter Battle Pass in a second. I was owed 2 orbs, so maybe 10 shards. Like, honestly, the drip of Maestro is going to take forever. I wonder, or I worry, actually, whether or not Maestro is going to be meta by the time people unlock him. If this is the rate that we're going to be getting shards at, is it going to be 10 shards every... Is he coming back every 2 weeks?
Let's boil this down.
I mean, even for the people who... You could have started the chase at 180 shards because of Daring Warriors. You got 60 shards per character that you spent on Daring Warriors to get up to 7 yellow. But even that is going to be slow as fuck if it's going to be like 10 to 20 shards every 2 weeks, right? Compared to what we used to get, which was like up to 100 shards. Now, I know for Sentry and Null, now I know we had to build up to that. I think there was like, you had to do like 1 or 2 battle worlds in order to like be able to do the best difficulty and whatnot. But yeah, it's a serious slide on those shards there. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. We'll see as we hear more about the return of Maestro and how frequently that's going to be. I thought, now that we know this, you should probably make sure that you have enough Terror Crest that you can spend 100,000 a week to clear this. So maybe not this week, but hopefully soon. You can find out about that. So we recently discovered an exploit that allowed a small number of players to gain Ultra Cores in ways that were not intended. This was largely through a handler who, through various means, would be able to buy and get Ultra Cores for you, but they would be largely doing this through illegitimate means. Basically through, I mean, it could be a variety of different ways, but stolen credit cards, crypto, other ways to pay for these Ultra Cores that were for a large part frauded, and then also kind of charged back, I guess, where Scopely wouldn't actually get the money for that. So that was a pretty big deal, and why I guess they decided to finally clamp down on this kind of behavior. And it turns out that a vast amount of accounts on the top alliances were doing this, and it's absolutely insane.
Yep.
Fair play is essential to Marvel Strike Force. When exploits create an unfair advantage, we investigate quickly. I wouldn't say quickly. This is something that's been going on for years, like, honestly, and take action to protect the experience for everyone. After reviewing the situation carefully, we're taking the following necessary steps to
I'm glad that made you giggle, Johnny. It's meant to be ridiculous. I mean, I think that's the point of it, really.
preserve the integrity of the game. Suspended accounts that abuse the exploit. Removed illegitimately acquired Ultra Cores from offending accounts where possible,
Yeah.
meaning that they were not able to do that, or they had already spent the Ultra Cores on other things.
I've had several developers for Galaxy of Heroes and Marvel Strike Force tell me that it's ridiculous and they think it's funny because it's just meant to be absurd and not serious. Even if it's poking at somebody directly, it's like it doesn't matter. It's ridiculous. It's dumb.
So therefore, they couldn't do that. Revoking diamond rewards from accounts that abuse the exploit and removing those accounts from recent leaderboards. During this process, offending accounts will remain temporarily suspended. This is important. Temporarily suspended, so not permanently banned. Until all relevant rewards are removed. The following leaderboards will be adjusted. DD9, top 100, and then these 4 other leaderboards that might have happened over the last couple of months. Right? With those accounts removed, leaderboard rankings and rewards will be updated. Players who move into higher reward tiers will receive any additional rewards that they earned through their revised placement. We're also compensating players who were directly impacted by the exploit. Not sure what this really means. Like maybe legitimate spenders who overspent on something, they will get compensated in some way. I don't know. Feel free to reach out to me if something like this happens and you get some sort of compensation and I don't know what that is. Feel free to DM me on Discord. As a reminder, Ultra Cores should only be purchased through MSF.com, Apple Store, or Google Play. Now, I do want to say that technically the Ultra Cores were purchased through these ways. It's the only place you can buy Ultra Cores, right? It was the means, I suppose, from the finances that they were able to do so. Maintaining a fair and competitive game is one of our highest priorities, and we'll continue to take action whenever that is jeopardized. I'm going to stop right there because they are not, based on the current results of this, maintaining a fair and competitive game, which is apparently not their highest priority, because it's a temporary ban. It's a temporary suspension, guys. It's not a permanent ban. It looks like a permanent ban, but it's not. And this is a pretty big deal because these accounts are eventually going to come back. They're going to have their Annihilus. They're going to have all of the training mods and gold and whatever illegitimate stuff that they gained from using the Ultra Core exploits. As far as I'm aware, they're not permanently banning any of these players that I thought that they would do so. They're just...
Well, I don't know that, actually. I thought, I was under the impression that there was permabans going out to the UC top loader guys, and then there was temporary bans and leaderboard repositioning to the VPN people. Correct? I mean, if somebody wants to say, I did the top off thing for a long time and I have a Nihilus and my account wasn't banned, I heard that those people got banned. Could be wrong. I had somebody that was participating in the VPN and they told me that they did not get permabanned, but the UC top off people got permabanned. Top up people are not getting permabanned. Okay.
On vacation, right? So they're in.
Well,
I don't know when that this, this investigation is going to be finished and how long that's going to take. But they're going to be back on those.
Let me pull this up. Okay. I don't know. I'm so confused about this then.
accounts when this is all finished. And that is not okay. And I think that the community
The fraud, yeah.
rightfully should not be okay with it either. I think that this is not what the players wanted. This is not what the players asked for. In fact, I ran a poll on my own Discord server asking people how they felt about the current situation. I ran 2 polls, in fact. I'm going to show it to you on the screen. It was actually in one of Mobile Gamers' videos, I think, as well. But I'm going to bring it up again here because there was a lot of people who basically said that the only way to restore integrity in Marvel Strike Force would be to permanently ban these accounts. So I ran a couple of these polls on my Discord server. I want to share this with you guys. Hopefully we can go into full screen mode and then I can share basically the results. So I wanted to get people's opinions based on a few of these statements that I had made or that I had crafted anyways to see how people felt about this and about the punishment of this, of basically being only a 72-hour ban. We now know it's a little bit more than that, but nonetheless, they are still going to return to their accounts. So a 72-hour ban is effectively no punishment. Some people would say, even that I was talking to on Discord and whatnot, would say that they would exchange a 3-day ban in exchange for the advantage that they receive.
If I need to explain my position, I feel like the VPN, okay, I feel like there's 2 issues. There's VPN and there's top up. And before I get into the difference between the two, I believe both issues have the same negative impact on the game as far as leaderboards and competitive play. Both of them are shitty from the vantage point of a free-to-play player or a player that purchased things at full price. So I feel like the negative impacts are equal in a lot of ways. However, there's nothing inherently wrong with the VPN situation. It's players going out of their way to get the best deal possible, right? It's nuanced. I get it. You could disagree with me. I don't really care at this point. Like, I feel like that is a thing. I haven't done it, but it's a thing. The other situation is giving money at a 10% price point for someone to you let them take control of their account and they go in and buy things. And this is not a new thing. This has been around in mobile games for a decade, where and the funds that person used is unknown where it came from. Generally, it is fraud or scams, and Scopely gets charged back those amounts. Like, for me, that is just like, what the hell? They're gonna slap those people on the wrist. I don't get that. Well, I didn't know why they got the money for. I didn't know they were stealing money from your grandmother. I don't know, man. Scopely had to eat all that money. You know, you give a fraud person $100 and they give Marvel Strike Force $1,000. Marvel Strike Force gives you $1,000 worth of value that you only paid $100 for, and then 6 months later, Marvel Strike Force gets charged back the $1,000. If they're okay with that, I mean, it's their game, but holy shit, how does that even work? Anyways, that's my stance. The VPN thing is very different. In my mind. Does it affect the game negatively in the same way? Yes, it does. We can all have opinions about that, but I think there's a difference between the two. Absolutely. Anyways, and there could be a conversation about that. I get that. It's just that's the way I currently feel about it. But anyways, let's move on.
From the Ultra Cores and purchasing of things through that, 10-to-1 pretty much ratio of dollars to Ultra Cores. The competitive damage has not been reversed. Well, this has been changed a little bit, but long term, how do we not know that these players might not come back to this again? Now, maybe they're on some sort of spreadsheet watch list. I don't know, but regardless, it doesn't. Other accounts could do it too. Accounts that have
I
not
take
been
issue with the VPN thing also, in that not necessarily the people that took advantage of the VPN. I take issue that they haven't gone and corrected this. Or is VPN fair game? Because if it is, then let's do it, right? If VPN is fair game and that is just taking advantage of currency situations, I'm actually buying things from MarvelStrikeForce.com. I'm not using stolen credit cards. I'm switching my country over to whatever, and I'm taking advantage of currency situations. Well, then let's do it. Get fucked. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. What are they trying to say? What are they trying to say? The Country A song is very good, by the way. That's my favorite right now. It's 6 minutes long, too. It's very good. Hey, man, if VPNs are fair game, then let's do it. I mean, holy shit. If I can use a coupon at the grocery store to get a discount off of my Monster Energy drink, I'm going to do it. I mean, if that's the way the game's going to be played, because in the past, those currency differences, which is 37%, was Turkey 18 months ago. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, let's go.
Could go back and do it the same way. Number 3, Krakens are receiving preferential treatment. Wide suspicion that punishment depends on the account's spending history. Scopely can't survive without these players, even if they cheated. And it's especially damaging among legitimate spenders that paid full price. So some of this might get resolved, but long term
there's a debate to be had on whether this is ethical or the way the game was designed to be played, or if this violates competitive integrity. And I get that. Is this a smart consumer strategy for getting the most out of their money that is not illegal? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. Holy shit. But why are they allowing it? Why are they not clamping down on it? If they don't want that, then Scopely should be saying, fix your shit, Exola, so this doesn't happen anymore. Right? If it's Exola's fault, then they gotta... it's been going around for 18 months, 2 years. Anyways, because if this whole banning thing has nothing to do VPNs, then let's do it. Let's do it. If that's the way the game is going to be played, I want a discount too. I'm not going to spend any money on Marvel Strike Force if I can use a VPN and get a 37% discount if I go wherever. If that's the way this game's supposed to be played, let's play it like that. What are they trying to say? Yeah, I don't know. I also, please keep in mind, I will consider always changing my position. If you've watched my streams for any period of time, you know that I will listen to what people say. And if you are actually using logic and have a coherent point of view, I've changed my opinion on things a lot of times. I'm just saying, but that's the way I see it at this moment. It's like, oh my God, what is going on? Anyways, stupid streamers and yellow speedo confidence will always be the best songs, except water. Yeah, fuck water conservation.
How do we know, right, that those same accounts might not be doing it again? And I think for legitimate spenders, they're going to be constantly thinking whether or not it's worth putting money into this game when the cheaters do not get a permanent ban. What really happened? Well, some of this, I guess, got cleared up a little bit. The broader issue is trust in Scopely. Continued dissatisfaction with the way that Scopely operates, right? And this is not surprising. 6, they deserve permanent bans. So 331 people voted here to say that they're, actually 330, because I had to put one up for everything, that people said that they deserve permanent bans, right? And 350 people said that effectively there's no punishment. And a lot of people just voted in general on a lot of these things. So it was a very...
I don't know what they're doing.
...driven kind of engagement in this case. Now, I know that Discord is
just don't know what they're doing.
And even YouTube is a small representation, although I would say it's a representation of the most active player bases.
Yes.
That actually just give a shit about this game.
Yes.
Now, I also did another one. Basically, how has Scopely's handling of the Ultra Core situation affected your confidence in MSF. And 348 people also said, I have lost nearly all confidence in the game's competitive integrity.
Yes.
Now, I don't think that this is going to change too much how people feel about this, because at the end of the day, these people are getting a slap on the wrist. And I want to be very clear that this is a big deal because, you know, while I don't compete in these top 200s or 500 even, you know, but the people who are legitimate big spenders, I think, are the ones who should be concerned the most. That Scopely's basically saying it's okay to cheat. And if you do, and if you're one of these top spenders, I'm not sure what the rationale behind this is, actually.
Yeah,
I think that maybe they're hoping that after this, that they'll kind of come back to being
the reason why we're watching this
legitimate.
video is somebody in chat inferred, maybe, I don't know if it was in this video or if it was on a stream or something like that, is that he's getting blowback for his stance. Okay. I was, and then my name was brought up into it. And he did mention my name once in the video, but that was not really related to anything. It's other than I showed his poll a couple videos, which, you know, me and Boylon get along great, by the way. I think everybody knows that. But anyways.
Spenders again, that instead of doing the loophole that they will spend the $10,000 instead of the $1,000 on the Ultra Core scams and whatnot. And I'm not sure if that's going to work that way. So, you know, I would love to know, I guess, by the end of this, whether or not anyone does get a permanent ban. But from what I've been seeing, from what I've been reading and hearing, is that that's not happening. That they're basically all going to be returned, including all those shitheads who apparently been talking shit about me in the Civil War Alliance War Discord that people seem to keep forwarding to me about what people say. I guess they're really mad about me and Mobile Gamer for posting these kinds of videos talking about how these people deserve to be banned, and that remains true. Ban all the cheaters. I have changed my personal name, and it's going to remain that way until we get some changes in the future, because at this point, I just can't trust Scopely's handling with the game and the integrity. There is no integrity if they don't permanently ban these accounts, flat out. And I'm sorry for those people who may have only done it once or twice or whatever, and did not do it constantly like some of these other players did. But at the end of the day, cheating is cheating, and everyone should get the same punishment. That's just my thoughts. We'll see how this kind of goes throughout the week and whatnot. And I hope that I can put out some more positive videos. You know, there's the Fear Tower coming out on Friday. I might do something later on today regarding the Null event for people who haven't not done that yet, and some other stuff this week. If there's some juicy data mines, I don't know, right? We should be coming up on a new team, actually, in fact, because with Toxin and Symbiote Quicksilver coming out later this week on Thursday and Friday with Toxin and Quicksilver, that basically means that we're up to the new team, which should be the July team, which I heard was some sort of 4th of July, maybe Avengers, Captain America thing, Black Panther thing, I'm not sure. Anyways, we'll find out. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments down below. And I'll see you.
Oh, he's often here.
Like this video, make sure you hit that.
He's often here. No big deal. I'm glad that he's here. I don't. Good stuff, Boylon. Good stuff. Good stuff. Also good stuff. Let's get to the real good stuff now. Personally torn about the VPN thing. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. See, I feel like there's two separate issues and it's all getting muddled. And to me, it's not clear what Scopely is doing about each issue. I feel like, for me, the way I see it, the top-up people is fraud. Fuck the people that used that and ban them. If it's about the VPN thing, and I don't think it is, and I don't think that's what's happening, then I have a different opinion on the VPN thing. I have a very different stance on the VPN thing altogether. But anyways,
Greetings, commanders. We have identified a small number of players. Also, a small number of leaderboards. A small number of seasons. A small number of unexplained rosters. Possibly a small number of years. But don't worry. Very small. Tiny. even. They said it was small, just a blip in the glass. Then every leaderboard started.
And the difference for me is I very much think the reason why there's a difference also is I feel that the VPN issue can be controlled by Scopely, where the fraud issue can't. Does that make a difference also? I feel like it is within Scopely's control to demand some sort of equal measure of pricing be amongst currencies. I know there's some restrictions, but Google does a good job with this. iTunes does a good job with this, but apparently Xsola doesn't. So, and I believe that Scopely has known about the VPN issue for at least 18 months, maybe even longer, and it's on them. And that's why I don't have much like issue with the people that did the VPN thing. I feel like it's Scopely's responsibility to de-incentivize people from doing that if they in fact want to have some sort of competitive integrity on their leaderboards. Otherwise, but the fraud thing is fraud. I don't even know what Scopely can do about that. If someone is using stolen credit cards and or whatever, gift cards, whatever, and then they get chargebacks, how do they even stop that? And for me, I don't understand why they're not being more aggressive with that situation. It's just kind of weird to me. I don't know. So anyways, that's my take. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways.
Buy from the website, Apple or Play. Thanks for the warning after payday. Honest spenders holding receipts, watching discount demons take top seats. Diamond rewards got yanked from the show, but the damage was already baked in, bro. Gear was bought, milestones cleared, trust disappeared like an offer that error. Temporary bans and leaderboard cuts, now everybody's yelling, no, that's not enough.
Well, it's on the payment processors. The payment processors have to deal with it, and the process. Okay, so let me paste like a really long-winded explanation, and Nock could do a better job than I am as far as the top-up people. So my grandmother gets a phone call. Rest in peace, both my grandmothers, by the way. My grandmother gets a phone call from a scammer, and the scammer says that, hey, your grandson, Boomer Gamer, is in jail, and I need for you to go down to Walmart right now and purchase a gift card, a Google Play card for $2,000 so that we can post bail for them. And she goes down to Walmart, gives them $2,000 in cash from her safe to buy a Google Play gift card. The scammer takes that gift card and resells it on the gray market to another person who's in charge of top-ups. And it probably goes on a website, and there's probably an auction process, and there's probably like a gray market exchange for these stolen gift cards, let's say, or these fraudulently acquired gift cards. Then Mr. Top-Up Scammer approaches the Marvel Strike Force community and says, give me your login information and you will get a 90% discount on Power Course. So then somebody goes and gives Mr. Top Up guy $200, and they use that $2,000 gift card that came from my grandmother and buy Ultra Course. Then my grandmother files police reports, talks to Google Play, blah, 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 all of this stuff. And maybe the gift card is invalidated. Xsola somebody gets charged back. And then Scopely gets charged back the $2,000. Now, Scopely hasn't made any money off of this. The money's gone. The scammer ran off with $200, and the player that spent the $200 got a Nihilus. That's what I'm saying. How do they're like, you could keep your Nihilus. You could keep your Nihilus. Boomer's grandmother got fucked, but you could keep your Nihilus. Anyways, that's my take on it. I don't feel like my position on that is even controversial. Like, it's just like, I don't really understand what's going on. Yeah, at the top of the VPN thing is such a different thing. But again, I said this like 7 times in the stream. I feel like the effect on the competitive integrity on the game is equally impacted by VPNs, which is very different, and the top-up people. It's very, very different, but then the negative impact on the community is the same. I also think the VPN issue is preventable by Scopely themselves. I don't know that Scopely can do anything about the fraud. Fraud's fraud. Fraud's fraud, right? It's going to have, I mean, these top-up people have been around for at least 10 years. I've been hearing about this top-up thing I actually think that Arnold's account got caught up on this. And there's no way of really knowing really what happened, because they never gave Arnold an example. Arnold was gifted an account that was a Kraken account in Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. And he said, sure, whatever, thanks. He gets the account. I'm retiring from the game. I love your content. Here's my account. It's a top account in the game. Arnold says, thank you very much. He gets the account. Arnold starts throwing money into the account. He's running 2 accounts, and then one day the account's banned. They never gave him a reason. They never said why. Nothing, right? It could be that account was caught up on that, had a chargeback from fraud, and the account just needs to be banned. Arnold doesn't know. He got the account from somebody else. He doesn't know where the account was based out of some other country originally. He doesn't know. He had no idea. Nobody knows. Top up. Now, if they don't want us to do VPN and take advantage of currency, I don't even think they can tell people to not do the VPN thing. They got to go to Xsola and say, Xsola, fix your shit. Make sure this doesn't happen again. Because my expectation on the VPN thing is that the realistic amounts of variance between country to country shouldn't really be more than 10%. It really just shouldn't be more than 10%. I mean, the example I used in the video yesterday was Japan, and it was a 6.5%. By the time that you take the time to identify some sort of marginal discount and pay the currency conversion cost to get a 6.5%, you may not even be getting 6.5%. Fix your shit. And if they don't want me going to Japan to get a 6.5% discount, then shut that shit down somehow. Tell Xsola to stop doing that. Tell Xsola to prove that you're in Japan so you can't use a VPN. Do something. Holy shit. If they don't want people doing that, fix it. It's a legitimate consumer practice. So it's 2 very different issues. 2 different issues, unfortunately. Anyways. Yeah. And I'm not sure. I mean, they're not going to tell us what happened where, and maybe what I'm saying is happening. I don't even know, man. It's kind of like we got, like, I nothing would make me more happy than if I got a direct message from somebody said, "Hey, I'm one of those. I topped off and my account got permabanned. It is what it is. Take care." I just, that kind of baffles me that it's not what's happening, considering it's potentially fraud. Yeah, I know. Well, I understand what you're saying by that, but there is overhead costs, even though that they can replicate it. The next one doesn't cost any more to make it, but to make them, and you divide the overhead. Well, first of all, they're probably giving up 20-something% to Disney right out of the gate. And then they've got the overhead of, let's say, 100 employees. And there's payment processing cost. Like if it goes through Google, maybe they take 30%. iTunes gets 30%. Xsola gets a much smaller percent. I mean, it's not that the total amount of digital services provided has a fixed cost. Yeah, making the next one doesn't cost anything more. It scales, but there's still overhead. It's not free to make the game, essentially. I think you understand that. I mean, yeah. Pay Disney less, I know, right? Yeah, I mean, it's more complicated than that, but the game still has overhead regardless. And I'm not sure that this game... Well, I mean, it's only logical that they're not nearly making as much money as possible. No, not as much money as they once were making. Not even close. I'm going to say that they are at least a quarter from their top, where they were from their highest watermark. They're at least a quarter. If they were smart, they'd just create their own VPN. Yeah. We got the song again.
We have identified a small number.
My apologies. My brain is exhausted with talking about Marvel Strike Force. We're going to pivot to Raid. You guys understand that Raid could be hit with this top-off problem also, right? I'm sure it exists in Raid Shadow Legends also. The top-up thing is not a Marvel Strike Force issue. I think the VPN issue is. I choose to believe that they could prevent the VPN issue from happening if they don't like it. I don't have all the information to say that with with absolute certainty, but I believe that to be true. They use their own company. They do it all themselves. It's all in-house. Yeah. My understanding is that Raid Shadow Legends has their own app store and they control all the payment processing themselves. They're not using a third party. They built their own. That may, in fact, be a long-term solution for Scopely, is that they make their own launcher and move everything in-house. I don't fucking know. Yeah, Raid has little to no negativity right now. For not like this. I think all games have some negativity, but I just don't see it in the volume I see it here. Not even close, actually. There's always fuck this game, it's a scam, Predator. I've seen that in Marvel Snap. I saw that here. I see it in all of them. But if you go through their Reddit, as a percentage, it's not as high, is what I would say.
Honest spenders holding receipts, watching discount demons take top seats. Diamond rewards got yanked from the show, but the
All right. But that could be just this minute. Because I know then, for specifically in Raid Shadow Legends, when they changed the way that Hydra worked, people flipped the fuck out. Anybody a long-term Raid player that remember when they changed the tuning of Hydra? Shit went on, even in this game, it went on fire. Yeah. Oh boy. Fix your game! Oh god, I thought it crashed. Yeah, dude, I think there's a, I feel like there's always should be a healthy amount of negativity of passionate players that want some sort of meaningful change that's favorable to the community on a subreddit. That messaging quite often becomes very toxic and negative, as most subreddits have an extreme negative reputation as far as that goes. Yeah, there was an entire problem with live arena cheating. I made a bunch of videos about it. I made videos about the live arena cheating issue. Yeah. They fixed it. They fixed it. I mean, they fixed it, right? They fixed it. I had a, what was it called? ExpressVPN sponsorship at one time. If the VPN thing becomes fair game here in Marvel Strike Force, why not? I just don't know if I'm going to get a direct answer. Maybe I'll get a price. Sometimes developers reach the Marvel Strike Force reach out to me privately, and I can never quote them or even say one way or another what's going on. But sometimes they'll tell me what's going on. Quite often, when I say something that was sideways, they'll get a hold of me and says, like, listen. This is not a real conversation, but you were wrong about this. Let me point you in the right direction. I'm actually open to that generally. It's like factually, and not opinion-based stuff, but like factually, it's this way. Let me show you where those facts are, and look. Let me point you in the right direction to do some more research. I love that kind of stuff. But as far as them disagreeing with my opinions on things, yeah, I don't care. I don't want to hear it. What is going on? I quit it. I was having an announcement of Mephisto coming back to the game. They had said we could get High Evolution of returning players. Is that true or got baited? I'm not sure. But High Evolutionary is in the game, but I don't know how you get them for free. Frankly, unless they give you an offer, I'm not sure. All right, we got a W here. Oh, but I think it's true in a lot of games, Ceci. I feel like I think there's a healthy level of that in all games that, well, let me put it this way. There should be some of that. It's probably gotten out of hand in Marvel Strike Force. But I don't think that, I think the game, I think there's a lot of risks with a not having a, there's some advantage to having a healthy amount of contention between the developers, and especially when it's coming from a place of passion.
Lift your voices high, for we praise Lady Annabelle, whose beauty warms the coldest night. Before we begin, please open your books to These Nuts, verses 6 through 9.
I don't have that issue with Solitaire. Fuck that Solitaire game! How dare Microsoft guy from 30 years ago build this piece of shit? Fix your game, Solitaire! I want my money back. I want a refund. I'm going to the Consumer Protection Agency. I'm filing a lawsuit, mass arbitration against the Solitaire, Microsoft Solitaire game. Get fucked, Solitaire. Fuck you. Let's go to the Solitaire subreddit. Minesweeper, fuck that Minesweeper game. Fuck you, Minesweeper. Piece of shit, Minesweeper. Fuck that game. The Minesweeper community has been on fire lately. I feel like that'd be a funny skit. Wow, he's taking a lot of the characters I want. Holy moly, this is actually pretty complicated. I'm glad you got something out of that. All right, we're getting rid of you. Actually, I'm pretty... Oh, fuck, I screwed that up. Shit. All right. Did you know the human head weighs 18 pounds? Charlie weighs 18 pounds, 6 ounces. We went to the doctor today. It's actually kind of awesome. He is in the top 98 percentile as for height and 66 for weight. All right, I'm going to open up the live stream to the YouTube, the Raid Shadow Legends YouTube channel. So we're going to get some new people into chat here. Okay. Yeah. Well, if he's in the top 98% height, yeah, it's interesting. I'll tell you why that's interesting to me, because I do think there's a disadvantage with being too tall. My younger brother was, I don't remember exactly, but I'm going to say like 6'6" or 6'7", and it was inconvenient. Yeah. So, and people were always like, "Do you play basketball?" And you know what he would say? Oh my God, he was my brother was pretty funny. Like people always ask him, "Do you play basketball?" And you know what he would say? He goes, "I don't. Do you play miniature golf?" I know he would say that stuff to people all the time, man. Yeah, he probably was like, so like what I'm saying by that is I do think there's a height where it's too much, and I saw my brother experience that quite a bit. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. So like, I mean, I just first of all, the way that I view height is like, there's really no control of your height. Like it's whatever you are born with, your genetics, it is what it is, and it's kind of a weird thing. Um I remember when I was doing my training in St. Louis because of the company I worked for, uh, to become the registered investment advisor. So this was like in St. Louis in the 2000s, sometimes like 2003, in fact. And I remember the guy saying that, "Oh, we win this one." Um, Height was one of the main factors in, unfortunately, for better for worse, and like determine like your income levels. Like, and I was like, and I was like, oh wow, which is kind of, it's like, dude, you don't get to control that. So it's like, but I don't think I would want. I suppose what I'm saying is that there's inherent advantages from what I hear statistically for having height. I'm like 6'1", so I think I'm above average, but I don't want my son to be like it could be different set of problems with being like, basket player height, 6'8" or higher or something. I don't know if that's great, especially if you're clumsy like me. All right, get wrecked. Oh, we had to deal with that again. Leg? Oh my God. I'm 6'1", so I don't know what that is in centimeters. I know a lot of people, but it's above average, I think. Is 1.185? 6'5"? Yeah. So Soul of the Dragon 76, you could relate to what I'm talking about when I said there is a point where, and I don't know where that is, like if it's 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", but I know my brother was like 6'7", 6 feet 7 inches, and I think it was a little bit much for him. He didn't like it. All right. Thought of a bad, maybe good idea. Characters you got early in your account that you stopped playing as much, but are great. I think Esther does that for me. Sun Wukong is that character. Yeah, Sun Wukong's that character for me. Maybe Loki. I don't play Loki at all anymore. Um, but Loki would definitely was that character for me at the start. Loki and Sun Wukong. Loki, Sun Wukong, Rector Draft. I use Rector Draft a lot. Doom Priest. I use Doom Priest a lot. Godseeker was over the top good. Yeah, it's gonna be a video mostly about epics. No, I know. I don't thinking of anything about one's height. Back at ya. Get wrecked, nerds. Oh, that's not good. He can destroy me. Ow! Oh, I got through it somehow. Height max yourself. Maybe hear yourself from Mario. Oh my God, you're talking about clavicular. Is that you, babe? Oh my God. Dude, did you hear about his clavicular talking about wearing, like he has a whole, I guess there was a whole segment about him on, you know, how you position yourself when talking to a girl in a certain position to be looking over them and then wearing like some sort of shoes that enhance your height. And then when you get her back to your place
and you take the shoes
and
off,
you take the shoes off, you have
first
to.
you wear long jeans so that you can it's not obvious. And then of course we're listening to this and I'm like, what is he fucking tiptoe? And he literally says tiptoe maxing.
Yeah, he tells him to tiptoe max. Like to because you're wearing long pants, you tiptoe around her when you take your shoes off. Holy shit. He's like a whole tutorial about tiptoeing. I'm not even kidding.
I almost drove off the road laughing.
Yeah, we were in the car listening to this. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
I thought that's what you were talking about. I was like, are we talking about tiptoe maxing?
Tiptoe maxing. Oh.
I have dated guys of every height. Like, I've dated a lot of guys that were shorter than me, taller than me, whatever. I don't care if you're shorter, but if you're fucking tiptoeing, no.
Yeah.
Does not work.
Yeah, I'm happy with my height, but I get it. I don't care if you're 5'5" or 6'5". I just don't care. I don't care. Fuck this guy. Why is he taking my shit? I don't know about tiptoeing. Tom Cruise does fine. I don't know how tall Tom Cruise is, but I guess he's probably like 5'8" or something. I have no idea. I feel like people are too obsessed with height overall. Five seven? Yeah, I don't. I mean, that's not. That's like not. That's like not like anything to worry about. Like I don't think it matters. Quite literally a fact. Holy shit. Boo! 530 is the average? No, is that real? Is that right? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't feel like that's the average height here in the United States, from what I could see. Well, 100, 200 years ago, maybe. You got to be 4'11" to play Raid Shadow Legends. I'm just telling you. Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, we're in trouble here. Yeah, we're in trouble. Let's see if I can do this. I think he can get me right here. I gotta. Ah ha ha! Get fucked. Well, he's got a revive mechanic. So he's gonna come back. I think we lose. Back at you. Kill him. Oh, that was so close. All right, we were one dodge away from winning that. I was being very sarcastic about that, and I was, I don't fucking care. There's no height restriction. My God, get out of here. I did watch a video about Peter Dinklage the other day that I thought was, I guess that he put, what did he, I'm trying to remember what the context was, but Peter Dinklage, like, I guess, nice guy, like top of the world, definitely my favorite character inside of Game of Thrones. I feel like a lot of people felt that way, right? But I guess that a good majority of the actors really are mad at him right now, in the community, because he was so against like stereotypical roles, and he cut a lot of work for people because of that stance. All right, Tessie, that's enough. Let's not do that. Get out of here. There's not enough of that. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. Don't do that. Oh my God. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, to all of our friends on YouTube, that message got deleted. I don't know if Nightbot was able to delete it over there, but that got deleted. Holy moly, dude. Chill out. Oh my God. Yes, exactly, Major Pain. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, it had to do with the Snow White movie. Yeah, and it was a big stink, and I didn't know this until yesterday. Who do I want to get rid of? Who's the biggest pain in the ass over there? I feel like this is a pretty easy match overall. I didn't see the Snow White movie, so I can't speak to that. Yeah, I know there was some controversy, but I didn't see the movie. But I think it mostly involved with the actress, and I didn't. I don't know anything about it. Hmm. So Greg, let's just not do that. Oh my God. Oh, don't do that. Let's just chill out. Holy moly. Let's talk about Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my God. I'm over it. Holy moly, guys. Look what I started. Oh my God. I feel like this starts going into this political thing too, that I feel like I went too far on that. Not related politics in general, you're like bad. All right, let's see. Let's do. What do we want to do? We got to bring in. Is that not? I don't think that's the. Oh, come on. All right, we're stop. We're stop. 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 Politics bad, gaming good. I know, right? This chat is off the rails, man. We're not doing that today. Or else the mods are gonna start banning people. All right. How close am I to end game? It's hard to say. I've got Marius. I would have to ask an actual in-game player, and I would tell them where. Maybe if they had, like, I feel like if there was an in-game player here in chat, and they said, "Well, have you done this? Have you done that?" and then I could say yes or no, and then maybe I would have I have Marius. You can delete some people. Yeah. You've beaten Curse City, yeah. And you're on the highest difficulty of Chimera and Hydra, yeah. Yeah. I got Carnage. I can do the back row. Yeah, I can crush. I can do the clash points on both, the max clash points where you get all the bonuses on both Hydra and Chimera. I can get the double chest on Chimera on the hardest difficulty with like 12 trials. This is a good one right here. So probably, I feel like it's kind of hard to say, but I think I am. I've gotten 1,320 season points, but that was just being grindy to get the chest. I think it's more grindy than endgame. Well, some people have, I don't know if it was Nubs or Ash, and even Boozer have all said that they can't beat all of Faction Wars. I can do 21 on a lot of them on auto, but not all of them. I'm still working on Rama 2. Probably have Rama 2 in short time. I've met all the super difficult conditions for Rama 2 being Gold 1 and things like that. Gold 1 in Tagarine, I think, is the biggest hurdle to Rama 2. I've gotten through that one already, and I'm just chipping away at some of them. They don't seem that hard, the ones that are ahead of me. All hard 10s engines, yeah, that's been a while though. Now I'm developing like solo strategies and speed strategies on hard 10. Like, how can I do hard 10 and farm is kind of where I'm at. All right, let's blast through that. T-Dad. I said, Thomas, what on earth is that creature? I stood above us looking down with those big red eyes. Oh, he's so scary. I yelled, what do you want from us, monster? And the monster bit down and said, I need about 350. 350. Are you doing the Titan event for Fallen? I actually have been a little bit behind on the news for the Titan event. And I was planning on downloading a bunch of videos about it so I can watch them in the car tomorrow. Unless you want to bring me up to speed on what's going on with the Fallen Titan event. I've got the fragments for him, and I was just gonna save him for a champion chase, you know. And I'm gonna get at least the 3 red in a Titan event, but what is the cost to get the 5 red? I typically go for those. Yeah, I haven't looked into it. I just haven't had time to research it. I know it starts tomorrow. Also, too, I'm going on out of town, and my interest in playing a lot when I'm traveling goes down a lot. It really does. And I've done a lot of traveling since I've been playing Raid Shadow Legends. You know, I spent a week in Miami, and we're going to California for a week starting tomorrow. I'll play if I can. I also feel that's like kind of the benefit of Raid Shadow Legends. If I don't want to do it, I just don't have to. And if I get a 3-star instead of a 5-star, fine. I mean, it's kind of hard to get under a 1-star. It's like you're pretty much guaranteed to get a 1-star on those events. And it's pretty simple to get a 3-star. But I'll look into it. Yeah, I haven't looked into it much because, like I said, I'm going to be traveling. Also, we're doing roster reviews. I don't know if anybody needs a roster review. We're going to go to Reddit at some point, do a Reddit review. I've got a hard stop in about 2 hours because the person that's going to be taking care of the house and the cats and all that stuff, I've got to go over some of the... Kat and I have to kind of walk her through some of it. Yeah, the 3 stars is like pretty much a cakewalk. I mean, just a lot of the events are to your advantage anyways. Like right now I'm running Sand Devil event, right? Why wouldn't I do that? Sand Devil event's like kind of a no-brainer to do. It's going to help your account and get some extra stuff for doing something you need to do anyways. That's how I feel like about a lot of these events. It's just doing them when the events are running. It's like stuff I probably need to do. Now, I got to tell you, some of the dungeons are becoming more and more useless. Not all of them, but a lot of them are just kind of like, hi, man, I don't even know if I want any gear out of that. I can do it, babe. I can take your car to Salvation Army. I don't have a problem with that. And it was the 3rd time we saw the Loch Ness Buster. They're knocking the door open, and there's a cute little Girl Scout. She was so adorable with pigtails and all. And she says, how would you like to buy some cookies? And I said, well, what kind do you have? And she had Thin Mints, Graham Crunchy Things, Raisin Oatmeal. I said, I'll take a Graham Crunch. How much will that be? And she looks at me and says, that'll be $3.50. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that, babe. Good idea. Duartic was super helpful with me. About a year ago or so, he popped into a stream here, and I was struggling on beating Fire Knight Hard 10, and because we got through 9, and then I went to 10, and then the speeds got all screwed up, and I wasn't fast enough, and he was actually super helpful. That may have been more than a year ago, but I remember thinking, oh, that was pretty cool of him. Tree fitty. Well, it was about that. I noticed the Girl Scout was about 8 stories tall and a crustacean from Proterozoica, the Loch Ness Monster. He's doing South Park references. I don't watch a lot of Duarte. Okay. Yeah, he was actually helpful on a live stream when I was trying to get through. And I don't think I was able to do it there, but I was off stream able to use a lot of the suggestions that not only he made, but other people on the stream at the time, and I got through it. 350. Yeah, well, there was for sure issues with Duarte back in the day, and there's a ton of stuff. We have bad blood, but at some point, I remember thinking, Duarte, can you just make videos and just move past all this other stuff that? And then so what am I supposed to do when he does? He did, you know what I mean? And I think that's the way that I would want. Does that make sense? Oof, we got wrecked. Marius screwed us. Okay. We'll slow down there. Tag team. Some people would not share my position on him. Yeah, I believe my position is probably not universal. Some people don't move on, like or forget the way that I was. Like I'm not. It's whatever, right? It's everything, yeah. He was very, very polarizing, very confrontational. He pissed me off. I'm not going to lie. There was a time where I was like, fuck that guy. I was upset. He really upset me once. But I remember thinking, you know what? If this guy could just chill the fuck out and make videos, he has good stuff to talk about. Just don't do this. And now that he's doing that, what am I supposed to say? I was like, it's pretty cool. He helped me out. Like, cool. You know what I mean? Cool. Yeah, and I think I've said that. I would think he's heard me say that before. Like I think all I want is people to make videos that people enjoy watching, and I break this rule all the time, and even today, you know what I mean. It's just like, let's just make videos. Let's just engage with our communities, in some sort of positive way. And it doesn't need to be contentious or anything. Let's just move. Let's just not. And then I become the asshole and start talking about dumb shit today. I can't take my own advice. Fuck me. Fuck you, boomer. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. And if he's moved on and he's moved away from the way that he was doing it, then, that's good, right? Started playing yesterday. Which link do you have? You have Pelops? Use Pelops. If you have, unless you have Thol, if you have Narma, Pelops, do Pelops. I feel like there's so many different streamers that can't find you like, then it's a you problem. Yeah, I agree. And I do feel like, but there was just some stuff that he was doing that was not okay, and I don't see him doing that anymore. And I don't think, what else could I want? You know what I mean? He's not doing it anymore, and so okay, that's good. All right, you know, he was really cool with me. It was actually a positive experience. Okay, we'll come back to that. What else do we got to do on this account? Let's see. 4 minutes. Oh, okay. Did you use the mentor link though? The mentor link may have been good. I don't know if you could still use that though. Let's see if I'll send it to you right now and see if it works. Because you get a whole bunch of bonus stuff. This is for existing accounts that are coming back to the game. It's called a mentor link. And I've maxed out the rewards so you get the maximum amount of benefit, but I don't know if it works if you started back yesterday. But if you had not played the game for more than 3 weeks and you started playing again because of the link, there's a system where we both get value, which is kind of what's going on here. Try it. There's no downside. Congratulations, Jamie. Yeah, there's no downside to it. I don't think it's going to work if you started yesterday. But it actually, if it does work for you, Scuba Steve, let me know, because I know it's a new system. It's called the Mentor Program. And the idea is that if I know somebody that's played Raid Shadow Legends, I give them my link and they come back to the game, we both get rewards. And there's like events and quests that you get to do in the mentorship program that help you along. I've already maxed out those rewards on my end, so you get full benefit immediately. Because I've already gone and maxed out the part that I can do. Yeah, if you want, it's it's the link right here. Are we friends on Discord? It's this link right here. I put it in chat right now. It's reactivation link.plrm.zone reactivation /D7FY. I don't know how that works. You can even use it on your own accounts. Like I went and see, look at this is an old account of mine, Mobile Gamer, blah, blah, blah. Pelops Raid 7. Ooh, I wonder. Pelops Raid 7, and then my old account. Let's see, let's try something. Oh, I hope I didn't kick you out of game. Can KF Coder, I hope I didn't kick you out of game. That was really weird. That was really weird. Hmm. I'll try it one more time. Why does it do that? That is so weird. Anyways, I guess I can't get it to work. All right, thank you for the code. Let me plug it in right now. All right, there we go. Yeah, it didn't work. Let's do the code for Marvel Strike Force though, while we're doing this. Hello, hello. How's it going, my guy? Welcome in. Redeem code for Marvel Strike Force. Control V. Oh, that's not right. Do you help with the return to Teleria? No. I mean, for some reason, I was trying to activate. Like somebody said, they Oh, that was pretty cool. The return to Teleria. I finished mine right here. My part. Right. But there's a lot more to get this character, right? I need to get people to here. And, if somebody does it, that's cool. Because Scuba Steve said that he restarted playing the game yesterday on pre-existing account. And so the conversation well, did you use the reactivation link? And I don't know how that works. I have a couple high-level accounts. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah. I mean, if somebody wants to click the link that I posted in chat and reactivate their account, they'll pop up here on this referral thing, and that's fine. That's the level of interest that I have. Well, the problem is you actually have to play them. There's a lot of quests. Hello, Popeye Glim. And there's some items on the quest that require being at a certain level for them to work, right? Either way, bonus stuff is bonus stuff. Correct. Yeah, something like that. 45, that makes sense to me. I think it is 23 days. Some people have said 18. If you're telling me 23, it's 23. I'm not sure, but over somewhere in the 3-week area sounds right to me. I actually don't know. Okay. Level 52? Well, I just don't know how to. Here's the link, and I don't know. I don't really fully understand it. We're gonna lose right here? Yeah, I don't know. It's not clear to me how that works. There was somebody here in chat when the system first came out saying there were people offering selling stuff or selling blah blah blah. I'm not getting involved with any of that, I'll tell you that. I don't know who was saying that. Somebody. It's all up to you, Predator. Oh, there we go. Hilvey for the saves the day. Oh, we got Mavar over there creating problems. Yeah, I mean, if you tag me on Discord, Scuba Steve, then I can add you. But if it doesn't work, I don't know how it works. I thought you just click the link, like I put it in chat, and then when you open your account, you're enrolled. If eligible, you're enrolled in the mentor program, and you get bonus stuff. That's the way I did it on my 2 alt accounts, and that's how it worked. It's pretty straightforward. But if you click the link and nothing happens, then I guess maybe it's because you started playing yesterday. I'm not sure. Oh, you said you enrolled? Okay, well, let's look. Yeah, I'll show you where it's at then. I think it worked for you then. I'll tell you right now if it worked. It's in a weird area. I'll show you where it's at. If it said you're enrolled, then you're good to go. Yeah, it has to be out of action for 21 days. Yeah, that's the number. That sounds right. So it'll be over here in the referral program right here in the middle of the Tellurium Homecoming. What's up, Globe Gaming? Poor Gallic, though. Oh. Well, if Thor is fast... Yeah, I mean, Thor is a glass cannon, right? Depending on how you build him. Yonking any voids for Senate? No. Not unless there's some sort of... unless it's tied to the Titan event, I'm not doing it. I don't get involved with those 10x outside of event, you know, Summon Rush or Champion Chase. I don't get involved. It's there. I'm just not level 52 yet. I think it's put you in the mentor side, not the mentee side. That's not the word. I think you're on the opposite side of it because you already started back. Actually, I haven't, I've been so busy, I haven't really jumped deep into the Titan event, which I'm going to do here. When I exhaust all things to do here and or roster reviews, then I'm going to go hunt down the information on Reddit or wherever. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening to... I think it's exactly what's happening for Steve. Yeah. So Steve, it's because I think it's I know exactly what's happening. It's because you started the account back yesterday. It's you're no longer eligible to be a mentee. It's telling you to become the mentor side. It's fine. I had it happen on one of my accounts too, where I did it wrong and I was like, oh well. Like I started playing the account before I reactivated it, and then it took me into the mentor side and it did nothing. Yeah, I think I wouldn't worry about it too much. Mentored. Yeah, mentor and mentored. Yeah, exactly what Jamie said is I think is what's happening. It's not that anyways. Okay. Well, we're cruising along on this. A Minotaur, yeah. Yeah. Where did all these I normally don't have any extra arena battles. I was like, why do I have so many? Was it from CVC? I usually max out my arena battles. I'm trying to max it out my haul, which I guess takes 2 years. I didn't take Classic Arena playing in bulk very serious when I first started. Now that I can run over everybody and just run a single character on defense, I think I got Annabelle. I mean, I'll go I'm probably like 60 and 0 since the. When did it reset? A day ago? Yesterday? Last night? The week? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. If you want to join my Discord and at me, that's fine. I'll tell you in advance though, if you're offering to sell something or that's not gonna be of interest. Just want to give you an advance warning on that. Yeah, but if you go into my Discord and at me, then I can add you as a friend. Because like Scuba Skeeve said, I've got everybody blocked. Because I don't want to be sold anything. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think so, but it's just a general thing. I don't think so, but I don't know. Okay, well, do your thing, chicken wing. There you go. Predator's got it. I mean, like, I feel like I've been blasting through these. Let's see. Let's look at my grade haul. Yeah, 65 and 2. When did this reset? Oh, so it's been 2 days. Skull Trees and Yellick, I don't use that one very often. I'm pulling it up. Accuracy is pretty useful. HP bars place 10% more damage with higher X HP. Wow. Well, on bosses, it's capped. Wow. Well, then that's not helpful at all. PvP relic only. Elhine? Okay. That's old school, my guy. Elhine can farm. That's the kind of like an old way to do it. Now they usually give you a starter character, a promo code character that has All right, we got through it. A starter code character. Yeah, that's an OG Raid Shadow Legends thing. That's not really a thing anymore. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like I tell people to pick kale, but I don't even use kale anymore. I was using kale for a while for that quest that where you needed to use a rare inside a demon lord, but now I've switched to renegade for my Wixel team. Yeah, there's secret rooms, so eventually, or if you want to beat all those secret rooms, then what, five? Outside of that, I don't think there is a lot there. Epics, all right. Those Doom Tower characters are only a handful of them that are really good. Most of them look like they're below average, and they just end up being like points for champion chase. There's a couple that are okay. Well, Renegade's a female though. I think Renegade's a female. Okay, we're done with that. Well, let's see if that's worth even doing. How much time do I have left on this? 11 hours? Smash or pass on Renegade? Let's take a look. I think it's a pass. It's kind of a scary looking well, maybe not. Well, that could be a smash. Hey man, lower your standards. Nothing more attractive than easy. uh my standards are pretty low. My standards, I had to raise my standards. like I've showed those bodybuilding pics, man. That was just, a lot of body dysmorphia and self-loathing, and it was just a race to lower my standards and to increase quantity rather than quality. And then I found out later that quality doesn't care about that at all. Like zero. Like none. Like the quality women did not care about that. In fact, most of them thought I was a douchebag or a tool. I'm dead serious. Women don't care about that shit. They care that you're a real person. What's up, Baldy? I promise you they don't care. I mean, I feel like women, they may have a preference to your physical appearance, and like whether or not you're like take showers and you at least make some sort of an attempt. But going to the extreme and being hyper obsessed about your physical appearance and paying more attention to your physical appearance than they do, yeah, they're not about that. Not quality women, anyways. They're just not into that hyper aesthetic male. They're just not interested, like the quality women, anyways. What's a shower? Oh, we're working on that. And I'm speaking this from personal experience, from a time and a place where I only cared about aesthetics, and I spent all of my time and energy to look like that. And I promise you, other than acquiring casual and easy experiences, it did nothing as far as attracting like a long-term like partner or relationship. Women that were into that were not interested in that. It was like one and done. I'm good. Thanks. Nice. Whatever. Right. Yeah, they just did not care. I remember hooking up with oh my God, this is awful. Do you want to hear that? I remember hooking up. I had a friend that was, she was a lesbian, right? And she was a stripper. And she did not like men. She liked girls, right? Like it's not like what you think, right? Like, and she was a friend. Like, she was an actual friend, right? But she was a stripper, and she was kind of like whatever, right? Like, not really. But she hooked up with me once and strung me along just so she could take me home to her parents to parade me around that it was so ridiculous. Like, it was like I was actually used as a thing. And then at some point I was like, what's up with this? She's like, yeah, and then I started seeing somebody else. She's like, I'm not interested in you, but I'm interested in your girlfriend. And I'm like, all right. So that was fun. But it's just not quality, man. It was not quality. It was just very casual, very superficial, very shallow, very nothing. Like, and that's fine, like, to do it a couple times, I guess. But after a while, like, it's not very long-term fulfilling, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, maybe if you do that for like a couple years, but after a while, it's nothing.
Seven figures because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall.
No,
7 feet tall because of inflation.
Yeah.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans.
2 OnlyFans.
Because of inflation.
stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. Way smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid. This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid. Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com.
I think that would be funnier if I've actually seen a dating podcast. I haven't seen a dating podcast, and I think that is funny, but because I haven't seen a dating podcast, I don't actually know if that's funny or not. Are they all like that? I have no idea. Yeah, it was used as a beard, yeah. I believe you. I actually just don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know. I'm going out of town, Valdi, for a while. Hopefully, what the hell is going on? Why are we winning? I'm not trying to win. I'm just playing the game the way I normally do. Oh, Squid Princess. Squid, don't do it. We actually have to, we're trying to get out of town. Let's see. I need to sell off some of my stuff. Damn it, Loch-Ness Monster! Get off my lawn. I ain't giving you no $3.50. I said, how about just $2.50? I said, no, it's only $2.50. What? Is there a sale on Loch Ness Munchies or something? Is that like one of those like dating podcasts that like Andrew Tate would be on or something? Which I have no idea. Whatever brings on the OnlyFans they debate, cringy as hell. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not in that manosphere thing. Here's the problem with what I'm exposed to. Like, I will watch something and it'll be Andrew Tate bad, right? And I'll be like, okay, who the fuck is Andrew Tate? And then I'll watch assortment of clips that were handpicked off of him saying dumb shit over a 5-year period. And I'm like, Andrew Tate bad. I really don't even fucking know. I have no idea. I just watched like a 15-minute video about the guy. And that is that. And I feel like that happens in a lot of things. No, I did. Oh my God, Lindsay Lohan. I hate to say it, like, I did bump into her and we were going through some of the same stuff and we were in the same headspace and I ran into her a bunch of times and I didn't have a presence to approach her and I could have. And then she ended up running around with this other guy that I didn't know him, but I knew of him. He could have been me. If I would have just like made a, swing and a miss, I'm sure, but I could have swung. Absolutely. No, I didn't have any encounters with her other than bumping into her a bunch of times. Like if I wanted to, like I knew how I knew where she was staying, and like I knew where I would have to go and how to meet up with her, but it didn't work out like that. I mean, I think that could have been a good story, but what's the deal with Renegade? Nothing's the deal with Renegade. But anyways, no, I don't know her. Never hung out with her. None of that. No. But I did look like that when I was running in the same circles. Yeah, I have no good story about her other than, I hate to say it, when I saw her, she looked slightly unhealthy. She was a little bit underweight, and it was not what you guys think. She didn't look like that. She didn't look the way she looks now or way back. In fact, my recollection was that she had cosmetic surgery done, and it was unnaturally obvious because of her weight loss. From what I could see. And we were in a public space. It wasn't like I was in a private environment. We were in a public space. What do I want? Let's see. Well, yeah, I haven't kept up with her, and that's the reason why I'm so passionate about people. I'm passionate about on a limited level talking about my life, and I don't know anything about her life at all. I have no idea actually, and I don't think it's anything like mine. But I'm passionate about people making positive changes in their life and, moving in a different direction. Because a lot of people I know, for whatever reasons, I can't only imagine, we're unable to get into a better place, and that's that. They're not here anymore. A lot of people I know are not here anymore. I wonder who we should have. We have Tholen and Venomage level 60. Stolen is more useful in more places than Venomage. Both are excellent. Oh, 200 Ugarettes are the choices. Do you have books? How many books do you have? I mean, if you don't have the books, I don't think it matters. Well, I mean, if you have epic books, 2 Ugo. If you have legendary books, then 200. Yeah. You were a beard or you had a beard? I had a beard in real life when I was streaming, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago. But yeah, I was a beard for a stripper. She took me to, I don't know if it was her Christmas. I think it was Christmas. She paraded me around for her family during Christmas. I distinctly remember her getting off and then being absolutely revolted by me and asked me to leave. It's quite an experience. I was like, are you kidding me? No, I'm not kidding. All right. I guess. Later. I'll see you later, I guess. Yeah, I thought I wanted this, but I don't. You know, you got to go. She was that's actually, I don't know if it was her or my roommate that invited me to that place, but I know she was there that night. I remember her being there. Yeah, I think she may have invited me there. She also, I think I had yeah, she was definitely there. I don't know. I don't think she saw that because I think she was working, or maybe she was the one that I asked if I could go up there. I don't remember. Congratulations on your null. All right, let's look into this Titan event. Let's see, are there a Reddit post? Reddit, Raid Shadow Legends. Let's go over this real quick. Missed it by 5. Oof. Oh, I'm afraid my my interest in all sports is negative. Although I mean, I'm interested in going and being around sporting events, but not enjoying the sport itself. Like I don't have any interest in watching sports on TV or anything like that. So there was the Golden Knights lost. We were out. There's a place, so they play at T-Mobile. Adjacent to T-Mobile is called Toshiba Plaza. And so there was a concert there by Stevie Aoki, and then there's a big setup and speakers and television monitor, and there's thousands of people standing in this plaza. We went out and saw that. because it's more of a, for me, it's more of a people watching event. It's not about me, it's about sending a message. Wow. Running food live arena, yeah. Okay. Which one is this? So Fire Knight, I can't do champion training on that. Vent Dungeon, nope. Ice Golem, nope. So I'm just going to have to do champion training manually. Spider special rules. What are the special rules? Summon Rush. This I have little to no interest in the spider special rule thing. I think that sounds awful. Gear Hunters? Sure, I can do champion training or event dungeon for Gear Hunters. That doesn't bother me. Is there going to be boosted shards on Friday? Is that going to be sacred shards? I don't. I have an I generally can understand why people enjoy sports. Like I feel like it's a normal thing to like sports. I just don't have time for it, and it doesn't hold my attention anymore. I mean, I used to be hardcore Lakers. Used to watch golf constantly. I'd say mostly Lakers and mostly golf were the two sports that I watched the most. Football. Yeah, we went out. We went out. We were out there that night. People are starting to get a little bit cranky, so we dipped out. Oh yeah, the people here love the Golden Knights. They are actually very indifferent towards the Raiders, but Golden Knights, no, they're the residents of Las Vegas, the Las Vegans, are diehard Golden Knights. Everybody in the town in general loves the Golden Knights. I don't think they liked the Raiders before they came here, and I don't think they're going to like the Athletics when they come here. I don't think the town cares about these transplant teams at all. All right, I'm gonna call it. Thank you for being here. I will be back on this time next week, probably. But I'll be posting videos. I'll be posting videos. I'll be making videos. Streaming, I'm not sure if I'm going to have access to good enough internet to stream. But we'll find out. I'm not planning on streaming at all. But videos will be an ongoing thing. All right. Let's raid somebody on Twitch. Oh, yeah, I like this guy.
Somebody can please check that. I'd appreciate it. Another live arena session. I hate. Yeah, it's kind of simple. I'm not gonna lie. I am convinced that LA. Can someone please check that?
This guy's hardcore. This guy's got like 100 million account. This guy's hardcore. All right, boy, for now.